Crematory Services, serving the family of Gloria Manuel. Tommy James Wishon, age 48, of Ellenborough, passed away Monday, May the 1st. Memorial cookout will be held tomorrow. That'll be May the 20th in Forest City. Washington Dorsey Funeral Home and Cremation Services, serving the family of Tommy James Wishon. Gail Ann Stillman, age 85, of Rutherfordton, passed away April the 24th. Memorial services will be held May the 27th in Mount Vernon Clubhouse. Crow's Mortuary Crematory Services, serving the family of Gail Steelman. Stephen Michael Govas passed away on May the 7th. Celebration of his remarkable life will be held June 24th at 1 p.m. at the Firehouse Inn in Rutherfordton. 7:09, and we've got our live stream up and going, so you can join us live on the YouTube. Go to search WCAB. You'll see the live icon pop up, and there we will be. After we get back from the Bill O'Reilly Report, we're going to get started with our Friday morning call-around report. That's where we check in with all our poets around the county and find out what's been happening while you've been sleeping. Hopefully, everything's been nice and peaceful, so we'll just have to see, hopefully. Stay tuned. Bill O'Reilly Report coming up straight ahead.
Bill O'Reilly here, and I'm warming up. Stand by for the O'Reilly Update Morning Edition. But first, hey, DirecTV viewers, Bill O'Reilly here, inviting you to watch the No Spin News on the First TV, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern. The challenges facing our nation are only getting worse. The border, inflation, crime, drugs. Folks need real information and honest analysis they can trust. The corporate media feeds you biased reporting every day. All of that stops now with me, Bill O'Reilly, and the No Spin News on the First TV, weeknights 8 p.m., DirecTV channel 347. On his Friday, a California committee considering reparations has recommended that each African American living in the Golden State receive as much as $1.2 million in taxpayer money. That report now goes to the state legislature for consideration. This continues the extreme leftist view that all working Americans should be punished for the evil institution of slavery. Well, this is wrong on every level. First off, Americans today are not responsible for the heinous slave industry. Secondly, almost 700,000 Union soldiers were killed or wounded fighting to end slavery in the Civil War. Are their ancestors entitled to reparations? The British Crown confiscated my family's farm in County Cavan, Ireland, leading to generational suffering. Should I demand payments from London? Almost every family on earth has been victimized in some way. Historically, it has been more difficult for Black Americans to succeed economically in this country. Fact. But the USA has spent trillions over the years in an effort to make amends. So no to reparations. It's unfair. And the California governor, Gavin Newsom, knows it. He is not likely to back reparations because someday he wants to run for president. And he knows Americans do not want reparations. Back after this. If you are a timeshare owner, you're probably upset that your yearly dues continue to increase. Lone Star Transfer guarantees the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and done in a specific time frame. They're the only company you can trust, having helped more than 18,000 owners legally and permanently get out. So please call 855-551-7066 or visit LoneStarTransfer.com. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
It was said of Dave Mather that he spent as much time in jail as he did in the occupation of putting others in there. Dave is also known as Mysterious Dave Mather because supposedly little is known about his life. but we know enough that if he notched his pistol each time he assisted in sending someone to their reward, he would have had to carry a couple of guns. In 1876, he assisted in the lynching of an innocent man. In January of 1880, he killed 2 men and seriously wounded another. 3 days later, he killed another man. February that year, he helped lynch 3 men. In 1884, during a stint as a lawman in Dodge City, he got crosswise with Thomas Nixon and killed him. Dave was heard to mumble, "I ought to have killed him 6 months ago." An example of the scrapes Dave got into and his method of getting out of them happened on May 10, 1885. Mather had been playing cards in Ashland, Kansas with a grocer named David Barnes. After Barnes won 2 out of 3 hands, Mather threw his cards at Barnes and picked up the pot of money. David Barnes pulled his gun and put a hole in Mather's hat. He was aiming elsewhere. Meanwhile, Mather's brother, who happened to be the bartender, pulled his gun and started shooting. Dave Mather did likewise. When the shooting stopped and the room cleared of gun smoke, David Barnes, the card player, was dead, and 2 innocent bystanders had holes in their legs. The Mather brothers were arrested, but after posting a $3,000 bond, Dave mysteriously rode out of town to seek more notches for his gun elsewhere. You've just heard another story from Old West Radio. I'm Dakota Livesay.
7:50. I started to say 7 minutes after 15. Nope, it's 15 minutes after 7 on this Friday morning. Finally, Friday, friends. Thank you for being here with us on this Friday morning, May the 12th. We're going first to the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department. Got our good friend Sergeant King with us this morning. Sergeant, good morning. How are you?
Doing good. How y'all doing today?
Doing pretty good. Not going to complain, because if I did, half the people wouldn't care and half would be glad.
And it's Friday. Who can complain on Friday?
Yeah. That's right. Sergeant King, what you have for us today?
In the past 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department responded to 193 calls for service. There were 10 arrests processed in the jail, and the jail currently has 155 people incarcerated. Just one incident report today. Linda Wurzbach from West Street in Spindale reported a misdemeanor larceny and damage to personal property. That occurred on Highway 221A in Mooresboro. On our arrest reports, have a LaQuentin Foster from Zion Road in Rutherfordton was served with failure to appear, communicating threats, and second-degree trespass. Received a $500 unsecured bond. Have a John Thompson from Long Kendrick Street in Gaffney, served with statutory rape offense and indecent liberties with a minor, received a $200,000 secured bond. Have a Richard Evans from Hines Road in Mooresboro, served with 2 child support warrants, received a $4,000 secured bond. Have a David Lane from Long Street in Rutherford, was served with a domestic violence protection order violation, received a domestic violence hold. Have a Dominique Reynolds from Bostic Sunshine Highway in Bostic, served with a warrant for communicating threats and misdemeanor stalking, received a $1,000 secured bond. Have a Antonio Berry from North College Street, served with 2 counts of failure to appear on a misdemeanor, received a $1,000 secured bond. I have a Rashada Blanton from Piney Ridge Road in Forest City, served with a failure to appear on misdemeanor, received a $500 unsecured bond. I have a Daniel Wright from Hill Street in Ellenboro, served with a warrant for misdemeanor stalking, received a written promise to appear in court. Philip McKinney from Connor Street in Forest City was served with a criminal summons for simple possession of a Schedule 6 controlled substance and possession of marijuana paraphernalia. Have a Jonathan Cook from Gospel Music Drive in Kaiser, was served with a warrant for domestic violence protection order violation, received a domestic violence hold. Have a Tiffany Blankenship from Mudcut Road in Marion, arrested and charged with driving while license revoked, received a $500 secured bond. And a Amber Ray from Bowling Drive in Lake Lure was served with a failure to appear and received a $500 secured bond. And that's all we have for today.
Sergeant King, thanks for the report. Be safe out there today, and we'll talk to you again another time.
All right, y'all have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Sergeant King with that report from the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department. That's the world of crime fighting right there, and letting us know what's happening all around the county.
Those Cape Crusaders.
Cape Crusaders, Batman and Robin. If I was calling him that, he probably would never talk to me again. He's got a sidekick or a partner that we're not going to do there. At 19 minutes after 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, we're going to check in with 911 Communications Center next.
Cancer can feel like something we can't do anything about, but you can. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. Begin cervical screening at age 25. At 45, start colorectal and breast screening. At 50, discuss lung screening with a doctor. Find resources for free and low-cost screening at cancer.org/getscreened. This is a public service message from the American Cancer Society.
19 minutes after 7 o'clock, Lindsay with us from 911 Communications Center. Lindsay, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What's on the report for us today?
In the past 24 hours, Rutherford County 911 Communications has processed 497 911 calls and administrative calls, which consisted of 74 EMS under law enforcement, 193 Sheriff's Office, 85 Forest City, 12 Lake Lure, 39 Rutherfordton, and 43 Spindale. Under fire calls, Spindale had a dumpster fire, and Forest City had a motor vehicle accident. And that is all.
Lindsay, thanks so much for that report. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. She's had a dumpster fire. Sometimes I wonder, things around here turn into a dumpster fire sometimes. That weird how that works?
Yeah, it really is. Huh. Makes me wonder, scratching my head on that. How do dumpster fires get started, and why do they get started?
Who knows?
Is that not like burning trash just in a huge, big barrel?
Yeah, it'd be like going out there to a big green dumpster and starting a fire and burning what's in it.
Huh. Sounds like somebody's wanting to get rid of something.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's somebody's wanting to be a bad word. It's what they want to be.
Yeah.
Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves were off yesterday. They're going to be back in action this evening. 5:50 airtime, 7:05 first pitch for that. Starts a 3-game series with the Toronto Blue Jays. The Braves were off on Monday. Played Boston Red Sox on Tuesday, won 9-3. They lost Wednesday, 5-2. Be back in action tonight with the Toronto Blue Jays. Cameron Crisp will be in the Blue Room bringing you all the action from the Atlanta Braves Radio Network, broadcasted right here on WCAB. Continuing our trip around the county on our Call Around Report, we'll check in with Ruby Taylor next.
Does your financial advisor take the time to really listen to you? Is your financial strategy personalized for you and your family? Will your financial advisor be there as your life and financial situation change? Hi, I'm Andrew Tisdale. When we work together, we focus what's important to you. We create a personalized strategy backed by our advice, our tools, and resources to help you reach your goals. And we partner together to help your strategy stay on track no matter what happens. Contact me at any time at 828-287-9197. We'll sit down, talk, and we're going to make a strategy.
7:22 on this Friday morning. Ruby Taylor with us from the SDO Fire District. Ruby, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you have for us this morning?
Well, the fire department didn't have any calls. If it did, I didn't hear about it. On my birthday calendar today, I got Linda Pardon and Buck Quinn. Hope they have a nice day. Tomorrow, Lynn Sisk and Randall Culberson. Hope they have a nice day. And then Sunday, Arvina Henson, Eleanor Ross, and Chandler Kastner having birthdays. Hope all these people have a nice day. Signs are in the legs today and going to the feet tomorrow and Sunday, and that's all I've got.
Ruby, thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Ruby Taylor with that report from the SDO Fire District. I like Andrew Tisdale a lot. He did that Edward Jones commercial there, and I thought maybe I can utilize Andrew in some of my affairs. So the first thing I found out about hiring a financial consultant is you need finances first.
That does help.
So me and Andrew's conversation was pretty much over at that point.
I can relate way too much.
And sure a lot of you out there can. Financial advisor? Well, you need finances. Okay, well, that's out. I just save you some money. See, I could be your your pre-financial counselor. Do you have the finances to afford this? No. Okay, $50. That's what you have.
But if you do need a financial counselor, and some people really do,
Oh,
they really, he's fabulous
Andrew's a great guy.
at
Great
putting
guy.
those in order for you.
And he's such detail oriented.
But you know something, really, if we had a financial advisor, we'd probably be better off, because that way we could learn how to manage our money and make it grow.
We could expand our portfolio.
That's right. Wow, that was really...
How you like that?
You pulled that out there, Todd. That was a big
I've
word.
been keeping that in the back, hoping I could use it one day. I was hoping I could use it when I actually expand my own portfolio, but oh well. 24 minutes after 7 o'clock, we're going to check in with Chris Melton up in the Lake Lure Fire District after these words.
It's the store folks in western North Carolina depend on. Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply. It's like a superstore. Deer corn, $11.05 for 50 pounds. Cob corn, $10. They have plenty of deer plant supplies. Check on the lower prices on propane, $12.99 for a 20-pound tank. Mulch, gravel, rocks, and supplies for beautiful landscaping. That's available at Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply at lower prices. Open Monday through Saturday. If you want a feed and seed store that carries so much more, including new and used farm equipment, then come on over to Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supply, 188 Whiteside Road, Rutherfordton.
Thanks, Lou. 24 minutes after 7 o'clock. Chris Melton with us from the Lake Lure Fire District. Chris, good morning. How are you, sir?
Doing great. How are y'all doing this
Lake
morning?
Lure, Chimney Rock, up in that area. I keep saying Lake Lure, but you're actually the fire chief of Chimney Rock. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
I work full-time for Lake Lure as
I
well.
gotta get that one. I gotta get that one. So I'm in the good there. Okay, I didn't want to screw it up.
You've got a fun
Oh,
job.
yeah.
You've got a good job in a fun area. A good area.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful
Great.
area.
Yeah, ask him that about July the 10th. See how much fun he's having by then.
That's right.
Chris, what's going on this morning?
Well, our farmers market starting second one. It's at 3. Starts at 3 o'clock. Runs till 7, and it'll be in the town marina area. There'll be plenty of things to choose from, local vendors, and Lake Lure Fire Department had a medical call yesterday. That's about it on the report.
Chris, let me ask you a question. Do you know a police officer up there by the name of Robert Owens?
Oh, yeah.
You know Robert. Can y'all do anything with him up there?
Somewhat. Known for a very, very long time.
Yeah, Robert's a good guy. He
Sure
he is my daughter's father-in-law.
Oh.
Yeah. So me and Robert and Shelley, we share grandchildren.
Awesome.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is. He's a mess.
He sure is.
Careful now. I may have to go through Lake Lure one day. I mean, y'all heard y'all talking about us on the radio. No, sir, it was not me. That was Tracy.
Yeah.
Chris, if nothing else on the report, we appreciate you, and we'll talk to you again on Monday morning.
All right, y'all have a great day.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
You too.
Chris Melton with that report from the Lake Lure Chimney Rock area up that way. Don't forget Lake Lure Music Festival coming up June the 10th. That'll be a Saturday and first. Is that the first Saturday in June? No, it'll be the second Saturday in June. It's a night of bluegrass music with the Appalachian Road Show on the beautiful shores of Lake Lure. The celebrated group has been exciting audiences as they help tell the rich history of bluegrass music and its ties to the Appalachian Mountains. Hey, can't beat that.
That sounds like a night of fun.
Oh, yeah. That'll
Love
be
bluegrass.
Saturday, June 10th. Concert begins at 7, goes until 8:30, and that'll be at the Rumbling Bald on Lake Lure Pavilion and Lawn. So go check that out. Advance tickets are for sale. Get them online. I was trying to see if it gives me a... Yep, there it is. LakeLureMusicFest.com for concert information and tickets. Sounds like a good time, and I do like some bluegrass music, so that would be interesting to go to. Continuing our trip around the county, looks like, hey, good morning, Kentucky, checking in with us this morning. Roll Tide. I'm going to quit saying that.
Yeah.
This ain't the place to be saying Roll Tide. This ain't Alabama.
This is
Tar Heel
Tar
country.
Heel country.
We're going to come down here. We're going to paint him blue.
Yeah. We will.
Come on down here, Kentucky.
We will tar and feather him.
Gonna be blue. Well, you can't say
Tar
that.
Heel. Oh. Tar Heel. Well, Tar Heel. I was thinking of Tar Heel.
Oh, we may tar and
well.
feather him. I don't know.
I don't even know what that means, really.
Throw tar on him and cover him in feathers. I mean, that's exactly what it means.
But what is it? But
they used to punish people. Like if they were calling people out, they'd go drag them out and tar
Oh.
and feather them. Yeah. So everybody knew that they were did something wrong.
Really? Okay. I've always heard that term, but never really knew what it meant.
That's an old term, and sadly it happened. But, you know, we wouldn't really tar and feather anybody nowadays.
Yeah.
But they did.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah, it really
They
is.
also used to have fights on the Senate floor. Like if me and you were, say like you were the senator of North Tracyville, and I was the leader of South Toddville, and we disagreed on something, yeah, we'd fight.
Really?
And then whoever won, that was how their thing would get passed.
Well, my goodness.
Yeah, there's been recorded incidents of people dying.
Wow.
Guy from I think Sam Houston stabbed somebody one time. Yeah.
Well,
we may have to do that again.
It looks like it's coming to it again.
Yeah. 29 minutes after 7 o'clock. We're all just kidding. Folks, it's all in good humor this morning. 7:29 on this Friday morning, May the 12th. We're continuing our trip around the county. We'll check in with the Vern Upton over in Boston next.
Cheryl, have you been to the Homeworks Design Center inside Henson Building Materials in Forest City?
Oh, yes. Shayna, David, and William are incredible at designing kitchen and bath cabinetry for my new she shed.
Your what?
And they have a full line of windows and doors on display in their 5,000 square foot showroom. And they'll install any ones you pick out for me.
Oh, you're too good to me.
I know. With selling and installing, it's basically one-stop shopping.
Henson Building Materials, 177 Duke Street, Forest City.
Building starts here.
Let me brag on Hutchins Pest Control a minute. Don't let the pest bug you when Hutchins Pest Control is as close as a phone call. Honest, dependable, professional, and on-time service may be the reason they keep getting voted best pest control. If you have a pest problem, call this family-run business at 287-5171. Licensed in North and South Carolina and fully insured and bonded. Get a free estimate when you call Hutchins Pest Control and be sure the job is done right. That's Hutchins Pest Control. Call them today at 287-5171 and they'll be right there.
7:30 on this Friday morning, May the 12th. DeVern Upton with us from the Ballstick Fire District. DeVern, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Doing good. Doing good there.
It's Friday finally.
Yes, it is. Thank goodness.
Mother's Day coming up on Sunday, so we better get you mothers and your and all your people in your life. Better get them something, because if you don't, you're
Absolutely,
going to be in the doghouse.
Well, and they deserve it.
Show them you appreciate them.
Mothers deserve to be appreciated. They do a lot.
Well, over here in Boston, we have a temperature of 63 degrees. Fire department had no calls, but we do have one birthday, Lily Caldwell. She turned 12 years old. And like he said, Mother's Day's coming up Sunday, and we do want to wish all our mothers across the land a happy Mother's Day. Go by Boston Florist and pick her up something, a flower arrangement, candles. I'm sure she'd fix you a nice basket. Then you stop there at Whistle Stop Bakery and get a bakery item for her. And don't forget today, Boston Lincoln Center's open from 10 to 1. And that's right there at the railroad tracks. And then Washburn's Outreach is giving out food boxes again today from 9 to 12:30. And don't forget about our Boston Town Park here in Boston. It's right behind the florist. Take your children and let them play there at the park. It's real nice. And hope everyone has a wonderful day.
Thanks, DeVern. You do the same. We'll talk to you again Monday.
Happy Mother's Day.
Okay. Same to you.
Thanks you.
Bye-bye. DeVern Upton with that report from the Ballstick Fire District, letting us know what's happening over in a beautiful little town of Boston over that way. And let's see. While you're in, let's see. Where do we want to go here? What am I doing? Tracy, I've lost my train of thought. Here we go.
That's easy.
If you haven't stopped into the Habitat for Humanity Clothing Center, well, folks, you're just missing out. They've got a clothing center just behind the office located at 269 West Main Street in Forest City in the old Charles Watkins car sale building there. Just across from Pelican Snowball, they have all light new clothing for men, women, children, handbags, coats, jackets, sleepwear, shoes, jewelry, accessories, and more. Got a beautiful put-together store, perfect for browsing around, and I promise you will not be disappointed. Hours are Wednesday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. until 3. That is the Habitat Restore Clothing Center, 269 West Main Street in Forest City. Call them at 828-229-3118. All donations are appreciated. We're going to continue our trip around the county, checking with Robbie Samuel, Mount Vernon next.
Your car's best friend can be RS Speedy Lube Service Center. That's because RS Speedy Lube Service Center and Car Wash can keep your car or truck running clean with a regular oil change. They check the fluids and vacuum out the car and have you on your way in no time. Go next door for a radiator or transmission flush. Brakes, exhaust, CV joints, and service for big trucks and campers also available. Pull next door to the RS Speedy Automatic Car Wash and make your car happy with a clean, all under and all over car wash. It's all at RS Service Center and Car Wash on Railroad Avenue in Rutherfordton.
7:34 on this Friday morning. Robbie Samuel with us from the Mount Vernon Fire District. Robbie, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good on this Friday. Not going to complain today.
That's right.
Just
Ain't
glad
no
it's
point in
here.
doing it.
Nope. It's cloudy and it's still Friday, and I'm sleeping till 12 o'clock tomorrow.
I don't blame you.
I was brushing my teeth this morning. I was thinking to myself, I know I even said it out loud. I said, I'm sleeping till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
You know what? You know what that means for older people? She's gonna be up at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
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 I probably won't be able to sleep a wink.
Probably not. That's whenever you can't sleep.
That's
when you
exactly
can.
right.
Have you ever?
That's so true.
Have you ever slept till? My gosh, let's say you sleep till 8:15, and you think when you wake up that you have wasted half a day. It seems like the day is done. It's like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe I slept that long. The day is over.
I usually get irritated. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I know it.
I like sleeping in a little. Don't get me wrong, but especially if I hit that 9 o'clock mark, I'm like, no, I can't do this.
Now, my brother's wife and their son, man, and my brother's wife's family, they could sleep. Like on Saturday, he was building used cars, salvage cars, and like if you'd want to part from him or something, you better not call him before the crack of noon, because he wouldn't answer your phone call. He'd call you back about 1 o'clock.
Have you ever slept so much that you had a headache?
Oh Lord, yeah.
Oh God.
That's miserable. That's
yes,
miserable.
it is. Yep, you wake up and the sun hits your eyes and it don't help.
Yeah, that's not a good day.
My son will sleep to the crack of noon. I'm telling you, he can sleep. Oh, Robbie, what you got going for us today?
Well, not a whole lot. The fire departments was fairly decent for the last 24 hours, and also, well, that's just want to remind everybody that the duck race is tonight at Kiwanis Park at Green Street at 7 p.m. and the ducks are $5 a piece if you want to participate in the duck race, and it's a fundraiser for cystic fibrosis, and the movie will follow at dark, and the movie's going to be Bad Guys, and also the Kiwanis auction will be tomorrow morning at Public Works Building on Cleghorn Street in Rutherford.
Now
that starts at 9 a.m.
Now, Robbie, you got to explain something to me. I can go out to the Kiwanis Park this evening and I can buy me a $5 duck and I can enter him in a race.
That's right.
Now, is this a real duck?
A real duck?
No, these are rubber ducks.
My gosh,
Hey,
you took all
but
the
you know
fun
what?
out of it right there.
I tell you what, if the town manager, Doug Barrett's listening to this, and he's been listening some, you probably just put a spark in his eye when you said that about the real ducks. That wouldn't surprise me a
Because
bit. If next
I'm
year
trying
you
to
didn't
figure
have
out a
real
way that I can, like them jockeys, how they'll whip their horses to get. I'm trying to figure out a way to make my duck go faster.
Blow on the back of it?
Whoop
I don't
him,
know.
smack him with a little branch or something.
Well, see, the way the water runs under 221 and where they start that duck race, if you could find you a troll to live in that little tunnel there, you might have somebody to help you push your duck
Look,
along.
I can make me a little outboard motor and I can
Oh.
attach to the back of that little duck.
That's all we need now is a troll living under a bridge.
I'd go through all that work to rig an outboard motor to my duck, and he'd just sit there and spin in circles for the whole race.
You're worried about the duck. I'm sitting here worried about that troll.
Have y'all been to Kiwanis Park much in Rutherford?
I have. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful.
I tell you, the way that place has just came and changed in the last 3 years, and I guess where I'm going with this story too, or with this, speaking of, it's not a bridge, it's just a big pipe under the road.
Oh yeah.
But have you seen the mural they've painted on that in the park?
I haven't seen that, but I've heard about how beautiful that was.
It is. If you ever down that way, just check that out. You can actually see it from, you don't have to walk over there to it.
Right.
You can actually see it from up there at the bank. But it's really pretty. Y'all should, if you get out and about, you ought to check that out sometime.
It's been a while since I've been over there. I took my little granddaughters over there. We had a little picnic. I think it's probably last year.
I think the cool thing is those big chess pieces that they've got out there, and you can play chess.
I haven't seen that.
Well,
that's awesome.
They're gone now.
Oh.
That was, they ended that, and
that was
that
cool.
was part of the Earth Day recycling.
Oh.
I can't remember the name of the group that come up with all that, but a lot of folks had a lot of fun with that. I heard a lot of positive feedback from the chessboard, so maybe they'll do that again next year.
Yeah, that sounds like something they should just keep permanently.
Well, that's true. If the sad part is, you could do that if you didn't have to worry about people just vandalizing.
That's
they don't know
sad.
how to take care of nothing.
That's the sad part.
It is. And then somebody's either going to try to steal something or take something with them or just tear it up because it wasn't their idea, I guess. I don't know.
That is so sad, isn't it? That's where we are.
Yeah, it is. But that's all the big news I have. So it's not headline news, but that's all I got for you
Well,
today.
it's headline news for Rutherfordton.
If you can't talk about a duck race without it being headline news, I don't know what you can talk about. I ain't never heard of such.
I could tell when you mentioned that. I could tell by the way Todd looked over at me that this was going to be it's going to be fun. I'm going to ask him what's going on here.
She actually had this look on her face and was waving her hand like, "Don't say nothing crazy. Don't say nothing crazy."
Well, I was going to mention too. A lot of folks don't know, but at these movie in the park nights, and even like tonight, that of course are going to start a little sooner. They will have food trucks there.
Oh,
and
awesome.
when I left to come home yesterday, I passed by and they had the Chick-fil-A trailer out. So I'm assuming Chick-fil-A will be there tonight.
I thought I seen the Chick-fil-A truck set up there yesterday as I was going to lunch or coming home or something. I saw it sitting there.
Oh, that's always a good sign.
It is, and hopefully the weather will work with everybody this evening, and it'll stay fairly cool, and they can just enjoy it and get them a nice little meal. But
that's right. Yeah. Go to the Kiwanis Park, watch Bad Guys, and get some of the Lord's chicken.
There you go, and some popcorn.
And some popcorn to boot.
That sounds like a good deal. That's a good outing.
Robbie, we appreciate that report, and you have a good day today. We'll talk to you again on Monday.
Well, I hope y'all do as well, and talk to you then.
Thanks, Robbie.
Bye, Robbie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Robbie Samuel with that report from the Mount Vernon Fire District. We're going to check in over in Sunshine Cherry Mountain and Sue Price.
Thinking about the departure of a loved one through death is a subject we don't like to talk about. However, pre-planning or prepaying for a funeral is a consideration and responsible thing to do. With so many options available today, it's important to speak with someone you can trust and someone who can help you find a balance between the emotional, spiritual, and financial needs of your loved ones. Crow's Mortuary and Crematory is recognized as one of the best family-run funeral homes. It's a family tradition, and they know how to care for your family. Any questions you might have, they will be happy to answer. Call Crow's Mortuary and Cremation Services at 286-2304.
7:42 on this Friday morning. Sue Price, good morning.
Good morning.
Sue is from the Sunshine Cherry Mountain Fire District. Been a reporter over there for many, many years, and we do appreciate it, Sue.
Been a long time, hasn't it?
That's right.
It has.
I think, I believe since Bob Hodge has left, you're probably the longest reigning, maybe Brenda Kelly?
Yeah, I think Brenda and I think both of them, we all came
Sue,
together.
Yeah. Might have been about the
I think
same
they've
time.
been on for, I think me and you figured that out, Sue, didn't we? It's about 25 years.
Been a long time.
Yeah.
Mm.
but I've enjoyed it.
That's right. Sue, anything going on over there this morning?
Well, I reckon the fire department's been quiet. Hadn't had any calls. I only have one birthday today, and it's on Fairview's calendar for Daryl Yalton, so hope he will have a good day. And in my announcements, the community Bible study going on at Golden Valley Church, 6 p.m. on Tuesday evenings. The book of Revelations is what they're studying, and Pastor Tommy Elkins is leading the class. Big Springs Baptist Church will be having a vacation Bible school. That's June the 5th through the 8th, 5:45 to 8 p.m., and dinner will be provided. The theme is Twists and Turns. Let Jesus guide you through life's twists and turns. That's a little tongue-tied. Then I guess that's the only announcement I have. It's just quiet and calm over here. We're looking for a good day and hope y'all have one.
So you do the same.
We sure will, and I hope you do. Happy Mother's Day.
I hope you do too, Tracy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sue Price with that report from the Sunshine Cherry Mountain Fire District. We're going to move over to Shingle Holler, talk with Tina Kelly. Tina White. Oh, I looked over at the phone and I saw Brenda Kelly, and I read Tina.
No explanation.
No, it's what it is. It's a Friday. Here we go. Tina White, we're headed your way.
Farm Bureau Insurance doesn't hire celebrities to push auto coverage. We think people might like to make decisions based on service and savings, not just because that guy from that show says it's a good idea. Instead of faces you know from your TV, we offer faces you know from your neighborhood, because we're headquartered in North Carolina with local agents right in your town. That's really the only thing we want to be famous for. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
In Rutherford County, please call 287-2428.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc., Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi.
In fact, we do have Tina White from the Shingle Hollow Fire District. Good morning, Tina. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great this morning. It's a good morning.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Well, it was a pretty day yesterday, too.
Oh, wasn't
and
it?
You were right. The sunshine made me feel better. I stayed outside a good bit yesterday.
It was just a beautiful, perfect day. Some of the wind just kind of had a little cool breeze going all day. It was so nice.
It was very nice. Well, I'm sitting here watching the bluebirds this morning flying around in the yard. They're pretty. And the sun is up over top of my neighbor's house. They were cleaning this house this morning, and it's going to be another warm day. It's 63 degrees right now. And the fire department had one medical call that they assisted with yesterday. There's one announcement for today. Tonight at 7 p.m., there is a benefit band playing at White House Community Clubhouse. It is, I've lost my note again. I think it's Monday today, Todd, instead of Friday.
It could be.
You must be having your Monday today.
Okay, so it's a Desert Sun Band, and for Terry Pruitt. It's like a benefit for him. It's $10 to get in, and they're going to have barbecue sandwiches, too. So, and it's kid-friendly, so everybody come out and do nice this evening at 7 p.m. at White House Community Clubhouse. And I think that's all we have this morning.
All right, Tina. We appreciate the report, and have a great day, and we'll talk to you again on Monday.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to you. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. And Todd, tell your wife and your mama we said Happy Mother's Day.
I'll do that. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
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 Tina White with a report from Union Mills Fire District. We're going to check in with Brenda Kelly.
It's going to be Brenda White.
No, I said Tina. I said Tina White from Union Mills. Gosh. Okay, we're going to Brenda Kelly, Union Mills. That's where we're going now.
It can be a tough call when it comes time to provide a daycare service for an aging parent or a loved one. You can always depend on Rutherford Life Services for a safe facility that offers medical monitoring, nutritional meals, fun activities, and is a loving environment. Rutherford Life is licensed by the State of North Carolina Division of Aging. They will be glad to answer any questions you may have. Call them at 288-1697. Rutherford Life Services offers a trained staff of professionals who you can entrust your loved one to. Rutherford Life Services is located at 230 Fairground Road in Spindale.
7:48 on this Friday morning. That means 12 minutes before the hour of 8 o'clock. My allergies are kicking in this morning. I don't know what it is. Something, I guess, in the air outside, making me stuffy and my head hurting and I'm all bum-fuzzled. Is that a word, Brenda? I don't know.
Yeah, bum-fuzzled a word. That's right. You'll be all right. You got the weekend to recover.
That's right. Got all weekend. It's supposed to rain. Hopefully, maybe the rain will knock some of this pollen on down and wash it on out of here.
It'll come right back. It'll be something else.
Yeah, then it'll come.
It'll be like that till it frosties again.
That's right. Then it'll be like that, twice as bad.
That's exactly right. I have them too. It's aggravating.
Yep.
But we just have to do the best we can. But it was good to be out and about yesterday, and I didn't get to see you. I don't know if you made it to the.
No, we had a office move we had to get done yesterday pretty quick. They started at 10 o'clock, and we had to move. Our human resources department is moving to a different part of the hospital, a little more easier access to the human resources department. So we had to move some offices yesterday, and that was didn't get to take lunch till about 1:15 or so.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was good to see you, Brenda.
Well, it was good to see y'all. I enjoyed it.
I did too.
Enjoy that.
I really did, and I'm so glad that you brought your friend Libby, and we just had a little fun time there fellowshipping, didn't we?
And I got to see your mom and talk to her, and that was good. Yeah.
And I didn't realize you knew my brother, Clint.
Yeah, I used to go see Golden Valley Crusaders all the time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
They ain't very many, but listen, when you're as old as I am, and you've lived in this county most all your life, I left several times, but I always come back, you get to know a lot of people.
That's true. You sure do.
If you get out and about. So. But it was a fun time, and I didn't win no prize, but last year I won the very first one.
Well, I'm sure he'll have another one, so you'll have another chance.
There you go. We'll look forward to next year.
Yeah.
And my friend just kept bragging on that chuck wagon sandwich.
I know. That's what she said. She said that was so good. Yeah. Everything was good.
It is.
Yeah, we've been taking phone calls this morning. I just talked to a lady, called in a birthday, and she said that was bragging on the chuck wagon. It made me think of Libby. Because she was talking about her chuck wagon being so good. Or no, I'm sorry. This lady was talking about barbecue. She said the barbecue was so good.
Well, my chef salad was good too.
Well, that hot dog I got was really good.
That's my favorite thing is a hot dog.
Mine
I'm
too.
trying to lose weight, so I stayed away from it.
Yeah, those salads are good for you though.
Yeah.
They're fresh, and I wish I'd eat more of them.
I know it. Yeah.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Let's see. I've got 54 degrees on the front porch, and this is a fabulous Friday morning. Today's May the 12th. I don't have any birthdays, any anniversaries, but in ways of announcements, the celebration on May the 20th at the Union Mills Learning Center has been postponed, and the date will be announced later. I was outside burning trash, and I heard the phone ring, and I thought, it ain't time for me to go on the radio. Who in the world's calling this early in the morning? And I got in here, and the answer machine had picked up, and I said, hello, hello, hello. And it was the lady calling to tell me that they've had to postpone it for some reason. I don't remember what. But anyway, they will have it, but they'll just announce the date later. So anybody that was going to do that, you'll just have to wait. And so far, that's all I got going on that I know of. So I guess you better go to Ellenburg and check on Luther's Sweet Thing Gilligan.
I'll do it, Brenda. Thanks so much.
Happy Mother's Day, Brenda.
Yeah, y'all too. You too.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Brenda Kelly with that report from the Union Mills Fire District. We're going to check in on Luther Gilligan.
And Todd, I would like to say one thing.
What's that?
I would like to say hello to a guy that stopped and talked to me and Lou yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is Alan Atchley.
Alan Atchley.
And he said he and his mother, Martha, listen to us every morning. They love WCAB.
Martha and Alan Atchley.
Ashley. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's Alan and Martha Ashley.
Ashley, okay.
Yes, I got that. We just wanted to say good morning to y'all.
Well, good morning.
Thank
Hope
you
y'all
so
having a
much
wonderful morning.
Glad you stopped by and talked to us yesterday.
Hey, I didn't
Alan.
get to see you yesterday. I was running a little bit late. I did get there right at 5 o'clock and did a little drop in. Had to go home for supper. My wife was waiting on me, so I dropped in, hung out for just a few minutes. Got to see my good friend Joe Melton.
Yep.
Over there. Joe cooks some good barbecue.
Oh,
I'm
really?
telling you.
Oh.
I met Joe. Joe's daddy, Terry. I used to work with Terry. Called him Fatback over at Torrington many years ago, and just love Fatback. Love Joe, his brother Chucky. Just good folks. So yeah, Joe, good to see you yesterday. Hope you have a wonderful day. And to the fine folks that stopped yesterday,
Yep.
hope y'all have a wonderful day as too. We're going to check in with the Ellenboro Fire District and Luther Gillikin next.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Going now to Luther Gillikin in Ellenboro. Luther, good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hope you are.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Good morning, Luther.
Good morning, you too. And how are you?
I'm good.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. you ought to be down here.
Sounds like there's a party going on down there.
Yeah,
this
y'all have
morning.
a party going on.
Yeah, we have a crowd going in here. Everybody talking at one time.
That's the yeah,
Don't know
you're
who's listening to who.
you're at the coffee club, aren't you?
Do what?
Is that the coffee club going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Luther, what else you got going for us this morning?
Well, things probably quite there. Fire department, we're out on call now. They had a structure fire down Race Path Road. Things were shed on fire, so they down there taking care of it. And they had one medical call. Other than that, things are quiet there. People just trying to get this last day work done. So you have a great day up there. Enjoy your weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
All right, Luther, we'll see you then. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Luther Gillikin with that report from Ellenboro. That wraps up our Call Around report for this Friday morning, May the 12th. Folks, Granny Beans, that's the headquarters for those delicious donuts, orange twist, Long John's cream-filled donuts, or just a traditional glazed donut. You can enjoy a delicious fresh sub sandwich, or if you don't want the bread, you can get a salad instead for birthdays, showers, or any occasion. Call on Granny Beans for their delicious cakes or petit fours, open Tuesday through Friday, 9 until 7, Saturday, 9 until 6, closed on Monday. Call them at 828-286-9012, located at 322 West Main Street in Spindale. That's Granny Beans, and they are our birthday sponsors right here on the morning show.
My wife has devoted herself to our 4 children and me. She has delighted in responding to her God-given desire to be the nurturing and care agent in our family. She has been a career person, but not in the usual sense. Her career has been in the home, and what a difference it has made. Though trained as a school teacher, she spent few years in the public arena, instead working behind the scenes in order to help the rest of us. One of my wife's lifelong dreams was to write children's books for preschoolers. She writes well and knows her subject even better. When my wife's first book rolled off the press, it was a great joy for our children and me. We were excited for her. Now maybe she could have a little time and limelight for herself. Proverbs 31 records the value of a virtuous woman. The end of the passage says, "Her children arise and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praises her." Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Give her the reward she has earned, and let her works bring her praise at the city gate. Whether her books bring her a lot of acclaim at the city gates, our children, and the society they serve, give her praise. Copies of my wife's books can be purchased by calling 1-888-333-KEYS or online at www.evidentpress.com. This is Bill Hostler with today's Key to Confident Living.
I'd like to say happy birthday today to twins, Ellie and Evie Camp. Well, their birthday is actually on Sunday, but we're going to go ahead and get a jump start on their birthday celebration. How about that? Ellie and Evie Camp, 15 years old from Green Hill. Thank you so much for listening and calling the birthday in this morning. Also, Chris Abril celebrating a birthday today, and Lauren Gregg celebrating a birthday today as well. Birthdays And events throughout history today. 1820, Florence Nightingale was born. She revolutionized the nursing industry. 1907, actress Katharine Hepburn was born on this day. 1915, Mary Kay Ash. She was the founder of Mary Kay Cosmetics. 1950, rock star Billy Squier was born. 1956, fictional character Homer Simpson was born. 1962, Emilio Estevez was born. 1968, skateboarder Tony Hawk. I remember Tony Hawk from when I was a kid. 1777, the first advertisement for what product? You know, Tracy? Way back in 1777.
Oh, goodness.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Of all things.
How interesting.
In 1993, the final episode of The Wonder Years played. You remember The Wonder Years? 1994 movie Pulp Fiction is released. That was a pretty popular movie. Saw the return of John Travolta to the movie screen. International Nurses Day is today in honor of Florence Nightingale. National Odometer Day. So check the odometer on your car. It's probably right. National Military Spouse Appreciation Day and National Limerick Day. So now you're up to date on this date in history right here at WCAB. Well, the winner of our cupcake this morning from the Whistle Stop Bakery, how about Evie and Ellie Camp? That's right. I think you can both go get a cupcake. I don't think Miss Selena will make you split it. She'll probably give you two.
Happy birthday. And their birthday is on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Coming up on Sunday.
Yes.
So happy early birthday to them. Happy early birthday present to them. You get to go over to the Whistle Stop Bakery in Ballstick and pick you out a cupcake.
And also, we would like to extend a special wishes to all the mothers out there. Happy early Mother's Day. Hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day Sunday, and be good to your mother.
The music's on us on WCAB.
ABC News. I'm Jim Ryan in El Paso, Texas, where Title 42, the pandemic-era health policy, has been replaced by Title 8, the long-standing immigration policy. And thousands of migrants are waiting to apply for asylum, many under the belief that the process is now easier. It isn't.
They are going to meet tough consequences if they arrive at our border irregularly.
That is, says Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, between the border checkpoints. The first face that many asylum seekers see upon arrival in Brownsville, Texas, is that of Pastor Carlos Navarro.
To me, it's not a problem. It's an opportunity for me to share my faith and my human part and tell them, hey, welcome to the United States.
Officials on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border expect burgeoning numbers of asylum seekers in the coming days. Mayorkas said on Good Morning America,
"We have said all along that this period of transition is going to be tough."
I'm Jim Ryan, ABC News in El Paso. Now with more news, here's Brian Clark.
In New York City, the Marine veteran seen on video putting a man in a chokehold on a subway train is expected to surrender to authorities today. ABC's Lionel Moise says Daniel Penny will be charged with second-degree manslaughter stemming from the death of Jordan Neely, who had a history of mental illness.
In a statement last night, his attorney said Penny stepped in to protect himself and his fellow New Yorkers, saying Neely's death was unintended and unforeseen, adding Penny will be fully absolved of any wrongdoing. Neely's family insists Penny broke the law.
If convicted, he could face up to 15 years in prison. Dozens of federal hate crime charges filed against David Chow of Las Vegas, accused of killing one person in a shooting last year at a church in Southern California. Prosecutors say he was motivated by his hatred of Taiwan. And President Biden's scheduled meeting today with Republican congressional leaders on the debt limit has been delayed until next week. The White House says it's a sign of progress. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. We provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to determine eligibility. Businesses of all types can qualify, so go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Download the Innovation Refunds app or go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
It's been a year since contamination caused a nationwide baby formula shortage, and Congress is still trying to find a way to prevent another. ABC's Andy Field has more on the investigation and possible solutions.
The FDA does not have as much power as many consumers think it does when it comes to finding and recalling contaminated baby formula.
That is what we are seeking, is the industry would notify us before it ever would leave the facility so that we can make sure that the proper amount of formula is destroyed.
FDA's Dr. Susan Main saying that did not happen last year and caused months-long national baby formula shortages when they found the problem. Andy Field, ABC News, Washington.
A magnitude 5.5 earthquake shook Northern California on Thursday. It was centered around the Plumas County town of East Shore, about 85 miles northwest of Reno, Nevada. Kelly Basowski works at the Lake Cove Resort and Marina and says she saw trees swaying from the jolt, but no damage when she sought cover.
We were sitting outside and ran out to the open where there was no trees or anything around.
The European Broadcasting Union has rejected Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's request to make a video address during this weekend's Eurovision Song Contest. Organizers say an address would violate the contest ban on political symbols and messages. Russia was banned from the contest after it invaded Ukraine, and Belarus was kicked out the previous year. This is ABC News.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With the new Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through June, purchase through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building.
Brian Clark, ABC News.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
It's 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. 64 degrees right now under mostly cloudy skies. Chance of showers, maybe thunderstorms this afternoon. But she always brings a ray of sunshine with her when she comes, so we don't worry about the clouds in the sky. Because Beth's here to tell you everything that you need to know about buying, selling, or anything about real estate. Morning, babe.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Sunshine?
I thought you were going to burst into you. I'm a sunshine.
No, I don't sing. People tend to turn the radios off when I do.
Oh, in that case, by all means. We'll just
We'll skip it.
You can do that later.
What words of knowledge do you have for this morning?
Excuse me.
You're good.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about home inspections. If you're going to put your house on the market, and you're going to charge a lot for it, which we're still in a seller's market, not looking for any crash to happen or anything like that, you may want to go ahead and do an inspection, have an inspection done. Depending on who you get, it can be $350, $500. Depends on the age of the house and different stuff, so you need to call around. But that way you know what a potential buyer is going to find when they do their home inspection. And you can get a jump on getting stuff fixed. Because some stuff you need to fix anyway. You just don't maybe realize it. It's not like a car. You know, my sister, bless her, she's got a Ford Explorer. She's only had it since February of last year. It wasn't new. I mean, it's new to her. But lately, the brake fluid light has been coming on. So she took it to her dealership where she is. Oh, we can't find anything. So they send her home. Happened again. Can't find anything, so they send her home. I said, sure, you need to bring it up here where you got it. So she went up to Hickory, and bless them, they kept it all day. Couldn't find anything because it wasn't doing it for them. So, but that's the way it is. Whenever the mechanic gets in the car, everything purrs like a kitten, right? Mm-hmm. Well, unfortunately, with a house, you don't have a light that comes on that says, oh, you have a roof leak on shingle 9, or you've got a toilet leak around the wax ring on the bathroom on the second floors. You don't have that. So if you have a home inspection done, sometimes they'll find things that need to be done anyway. Sometimes they'll find, a roof leak. If you've got a chimney, then one of the places you're probably going to have a roof leak is around the chimney. Maybe they didn't do flashing properly, or maybe the flashing has come untarred or whatever. And these things, I'm sorry, but I'm not climbing up in no attic and checking to see if I got a roof leak. And I'm not crawling under any house to see if I've got any kind of termite tunnels or water puddles. Nuh-uh. I don't do crawl spaces or attics. So sometimes if you're going to put your house on the market, that's a good thing to go ahead and do, so you're not blindsided when somebody comes and makes you an offer, and then they come at you with this 75-page inspection report, and you're like, you've got to be kidding me. So that's one thing that will help the seller. I don't like surprises, especially in that way, because everything that needs to be fixed, and some things you don't have to fix, but like if there's something big or major that might need to be done, this home inspection will let you know that. Like if you do have a roof leak, well, if it's over a certain amount, then you might need to make an insurance claim. That's why you have homeowners insurance. If you got homeowners insurance, that typically takes care of the home. A warranty does not take care of the home. A warranty takes care of items within the home. Depending on the kind of warranty you can get one that includes a sump pump. You can get one that includes a pool pump. You can get one that includes something about a septic pumping. You can get one that includes your HVAC. So the home warranty is not the same as your homeowner's insurance. So if you get a home inspection done before you put your house on the market, you can go ahead and get some of this stuff done and taken care of. Because once you put the house on the market and a buyer comes in and they're like, look, I get this is a seller's market, but I'm still not wanting to pay you what you say this house is worth. I want to pay you way down here. So if you can negotiate them back up to where you want to be, they can do a home inspection and they see this whole litany of stuff that needs to be done. All of a sudden, it's cha-ching, 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 and you're like, I'm not fixing that. I don't have the money to fix that. I ain't fixing nothing. This house is as is. Well, every contract in North Carolina is an as-is contract. However, if you want to sell your house, you're going to have to come off some money and fix some things. You're not necessarily, every house so far that I have sold or that my buyers have done an inspection on, every single house has had at least one outlet with reverse polarity. At least one.
You're going to have to explain that one now.
Reverse polarity, when you've got your outlets in the wall, you've got one wire that goes on the negative side and one wire that goes on the positive side. Well, those just get switched. So it's like, okay, it may have been that way for 20 years, but you're at least going to have one. On the inspection report, it's going to say this may cause fire at some point in time. The inspection report has to say certain things like that. One of the guys that I use, he tries to word it so that it doesn't scare the pants off of you, but he has to word it the way that they're told to word it. A home inspector is not just somebody that says, hey, I want to do home inspections, let's go. They have to go and get training and all this kind of stuff. So when you just see an inspection report, it can freak you out. Because number one, some of them are so daggone long, but they also have pictures of everything. For example, you're going to have in an attic, most likely, a junction box that does not have a cover. Somebody put some wires up there, and you've got those little red or yellow things at the end of those wires that looks like it's screwed on, but there's no junction box cover. The junction box is like the metal box that these wires come into. And then there's a metal cover that would go over, and so it would keep the wires inside and the wire endings from being exposed. So a lot of places in your attic, you may not have a junction box cover, and it's a simple fix. Just go get one from Lowe's and put it on. That's not a big deal. But sometimes if you have something like a roof leak or a foundation crack, if the foundation crack is structural, a home inspector may or may not know that. All they're going to know is what their report will say is foundation crack noted, back bedroom, under back bedroom in basement level or crawl space, whichever you've got, needs to be further inspected by a licensed structural engineer. Because that, number one, that covers the inspector's rear end from saying, oh, that's structural, when it may not be. But it also lets you know you need to take a further look at this. And so then you could get a structural guy to come in here and say, yeah, nah, that's just a settlement crack. Settlement cracks can happen before you move into a new construction, for Pete's sake. When I built my first house in Mount Holly, I had cracks in my driveway before I even moved in the daggone house. And I had a lady from New York who lived on my road, and she's like, oh, well, when we did our driveway, we made them put in rebar. We do that up there in New York because everything gets so cold up there, and it won't crack. It will not crack. You should have had them do that. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'll do that next time. Oh, bless her. And so I'm like, well, shoot, why didn't y'all do that the first time? If you know it's going to crack anyway, just, but we're the South. We don't have weather like they do up north. So I didn't think about that kind of thing. But then sometimes you'll have these little hairline fractures, like at the corner where you might have a door frame. So it might be shooting off one of the corners of the door frame or of a window frame or something like that. That's kind of a settlement crack where the house is kind of settled a little bit. It's sort of like if you've eaten a really good meal and then you can't move in about 30 minutes, you're ready to go take a nap. Everything has settled. Same thing with a house, So, inspections are really important, and they do reveal a lot of stuff. You're not going to have a gold star on your report that says, oh, we discovered that the HVAC was absolutely working in pristine condition, and it is just cooling just to beat the band. You're not going to have stuff like that. It will say it's satisfactory. Well, if I'm going to have something that needs repairing, replacing, or satisfactory, I want something that says good, because that can get kind of depressing. It's satisfactory. So what we don't want to see is too many repair or replace, because once you get that inspection report, then your buyer's agent has got to talk to you about what's on the inspection report, and y'all discuss, what am I going to bring to the listing agent? So if I've got the house, I expect to get a due diligence repair request. And on that due diligence repair request, I do not expect to see repair items on the inspection report. That's a no. Dream on, Ethel, because that's ridiculous. You're throwing everything at the wall hoping something will stick. You need to be precise in what you want and how you want it. Now, when you ask me to ask my seller to fix something, and my seller says yes, you don't have the right to tell my seller, oh, you have to use this person or I'm not buying this house. I would tell you, then I expect a termination on my desk tomorrow. Because if my seller's going to fix it, my seller's going to get who they want to fix it. Now, I can tell them, you would like for so-and-so to fix it. That's your suggestion. They may take it, they may not. But that's up to the seller. So if they're going to spend out money fixing the things that you as the buyer would like to be repaired, they're going to spend their money how they want to and with whom they want to. Now, you can always get a second inspection once that work is done. But that second inspection only inspects the work that you have asked to be fixed. It's not going to inspect the whole house again to make sure everything is the same or better. So home inspections can be really important things. When you're looking at a house, Usually an agent, if they've been doing this for more than 5 minutes, kind of knows some things to look for. Like if you've got an outside electrical outlet, which most houses do, it's got to have a cover on it. Or those outlets have to have the little individual covers that flip up and close, because those outside outlets may be exposed to wind and rain and the elements. Well, wind and electricity, rain and electricity, they kind of don't like each other. So they need to have, that's why the covers need to be on any kind of exterior outlets. Things like, I don't know, if you I saw it showed one house and there was this cute little rug in front of the sink. I move rugs because I'm a Snoopy sniffer. Some people have rugs down because they're cute. Some people have rugs down because there's a hole in the floor. I moved this little kitchen rug and there was a hole in the floor. So I'm telling my people, okay, don't step here. And I'm moving it out of the way. If you've got a lot of area rugs and you've got hardwoods, sometimes it's covering some scratches and stuff like that. Sometimes it's just because they wanted a piece of carpet on the floor. But you've got to do your own. While you're looking at a house, you got to look at it all. You open cabinets, you open closets. If you don't have enough space for your stuff, then this house might be a little too small. If it's too small, but it's in your price range, do you want to go ahead and get it and maybe hopefully get rid of a lot of your stuff? Or is there a possibility you could close in a carport after you get some permits and have that as a storage room or an extra bedroom or whatever you need? Or do you just want to wait? Right now, the best time to sell a house is when nobody else is. We still don't have enough houses on the market to sell for the people that are looking. Now, if you've got a $600,000 or $700,000 house, no, that's going to stay on the market a while. We're talking about anybody that's got a house for sale that's decent, and I don't mean a fixer-upper. I mean that's decent, that's between $150,000 to $250,000. It should not stay on the market long. When I say long, that's a relative term. I'm not going to say a week or 10 days because I don't have a crystal ball. But that's the price range that most, especially first-time home buyers, are looking at, between $150,000 and $250,000. So for that price, they need to have a house that's decent, that's probably move-in ready. You don't have to have granite countertops. You don't have to have, wood floors throughout or luxury vinyl planking or high-end anything. But it needs to be move-in ready and livable. There's several houses that I've seen for $100,000, $120,000 that are a handyman special. Well, those might have been $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 3 or 4 years ago. And now they're $120,000. So people are being very particular with their money, especially right now when a recession kind of looms. And typically a recession has helped the housing market because usually during a recession, the interest rates go down. So if we do, go into a deep recession, you can probably look at interest rates, for mortgage interest rates, going down. I don't think that they'll ever go back to the 2 or 3% level, but who knows? I mean, they could. But I will tell anybody that's got a mortgage right now, you need to be watching those mortgage rates, because if they go down a point, so like if you've got a 6% rate, if they go down to 5, you might want to seriously consider refinancing, because that could save you $150 a month in your payment. If it goes down like 2 percentage points, well then yippee skippy. So you want to look for something. You need to, just because you're in your house doesn't mean you need to stop paying attention to your house, whether it's repairs or whether it's the interest rate, because that can save you some money in the long run, help you get out of debt sooner, pay off your house sooner, pay off credit cards. In fact, you need to go ahead and get rid of credit card debt, pay off your cars, and pay off your house. Pay off everything you can possibly pay off. Debt is really killing us. I mean, because you have to have debt to be able to get into debt. So in order to get a rental car, you don't have a credit card, well, then you're not going to get a rental car. So it doesn't make sense. But debt debt is a slave master. I mean, it really, you don't have the freedom. You don't have if you're a giving person, you can't give money like you would want to because you owe Peter and Paul and everybody else. So with your house is your biggest investment. Don't do anything to jeopardize that. Don't do anything to lose it. And just pay attention to your house, keep it maintained, and when it's time to sell, just give me a call at 704-853-9060.
She beat me to it.
I thought I would.
Beth, you are so informative, and it is such a pleasure to have you in here on Friday mornings.
Well, I love real estate, and I love helping people.
And you're going to help me find my house when I'm ready.
Yes, I am.
All righty. Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
Hungry? Lunchtime, dinner time, anytime is a good time to stop in at Gregory's Original Restaurant. Choose from fresh, delicious burgers, fries, sandwiches, pasta dishes, fresh salads, grinders, and so much more. All orders are prepared fresh and to perfection. Open Monday through Friday, 11 till 9, Saturdays, noon till 9, closed on Sundays. Call in or carry out. 828-287-2171. Located in the Park Lane Plaza in Rutherfordton, and DoorDash delivery is available. Fast and friendly service. That's Gregory's Original Restaurant. Mom's the top, so shop the tops. Simply Divine Gift Shop inside Hardin's Drug in Forest City. Just for Mother's Day, you'll find the popular gift line by Alex and Annie, Vera Bradley, Kendra Scott Jewelry, Spartina handbags, Willow Tree figurines, shoes, garden flags, Myra handbags, designer apparel, wind chimes, and a whole lot more that Mom's going to love. So say Happy Mother's Day with a beautiful gift from Simply Divine Gift Shop inside Hardin's Drug, 770 South Church Street in Forest City. Are you looking for a great place to gather with friends, or just a nice place to study, or just meet new people? Stop by the Hope House Coffee Shop, locally owned and operated, offering coffee beans from different countries, roasting them locally to create the perfect blend of coffee, offering regular, drip coffee, lattes, frozen frappuccinos. And if you don't like coffee, try a smoothie or a refresher, which are wonderful in the summertime. And for that sweet tooth, muffins, scones, or a delicious cookie. Open 6:30 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday. The Hope House Coffee Shop, 1066 South Broadway in Forest City. Call them at 828-367-2326 and tell them WCAB sent you.
Are you turning 65, or are you losing group health insurance? Give us a call at Insurance Service Associates. My name is Dwayne Hunt, and I represent all the coverages for Medicare Advantage, Medicare supplements, prescription drug plans, and major medical. Give us a call at 245-5301 and let us see what we can do for you. Or drop by the office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. That's Insurance Service Associates.
After the game,
it's been pretty special to see, different guys come in at different times and just compete, fit in, great. Good things happen, keep going, and it's been that so far, and it's going to have to continue.
Head coach Rod Brindamore says his depth has been the key to their 2 series wins following several key injuries.
I don't think you can understate it, with the guys we have missing, and just I don't know how many teams that you miss a whole top line out would be able to kind of trudge along the way we are. But it says a lot to these other guys that now are getting some credit that, if you don't have them, you have no chance.
The Canes will have to wait to see who their next opponent will be, either the Florida Panthers or the Toronto Maple Leafs. Florida could clinch that series with a win tonight. The NFL released the full 2023 schedule last night. The Carolina Panthers will start the season at the Atlanta Falcons September 10th. The home opener will be Week 2, a Monday night game against the Saints. Head coach Frank Reich will face his former team on November 5th when the Panthers host the Indianapolis Colts. Carolina will be at the Titans on Thanksgiving weekend, will host the Packers on Christmas Eve, and close out the regular season at home against the Buccaneers. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Alternative Power knows rising energy costs are frustrating. Generac Power Cell, a solar and battery storage system, helps reduce your electricity bill and provides backup power during an outage by capturing and storing electricity from the sun. Best of all, many Generac clean energy solutions are eligible for a 30% federal tax credit. Contact Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts, to schedule a free consultation. Restrictions may apply. See more at alternativepower.com.
Science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM, is an important part of instruction, but not all schools have funding to provide it. NC Green Power is a nonprofit supporting STEM education through its Solar Plus Schools grant program. Donations will help provide training for teachers and hands-on activities for their students. Plus, the included solar array will significantly lower schools' energy costs. Help your students by supporting Solar Plus Schools today. Visit ncgreenpower.org. Donate to benefit STEM education. ncgreenpower.org.
NBA playoffs last night. The Boston Celtics kept their season alive and earned the right to host a Game 7 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. They defeated the Philadelphia 76ers 95-86. In the ACC softball tournament quarterfinals last night, number 2 Duke beat number 10 Georgia Tech 7-1. The Blue Devils will face number 3 Clemson today in the semifinals. The Tigers beat North Carolina 3-2 in extra innings. Major League Baseball games on the schedule for tonight. The Orioles will host the Pirates. The Nationals are also home this weekend. They face the Mets, and the Braves are across the border to face the Toronto Blue Jays. Racing this weekend, the IndyCar Series is in Indianapolis on the IMS Road Course on Saturday. NASCAR holds its throwback weekend at Darlington on Sunday afternoon. Rob Connett, NCN Sports.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherford.
Good morning. Larry King here with you with the Word of Faith Fellowship. So happy to be here to share my heart, share whatever God's doing in my heart, our testimonies. And our prayer and our hope is that what we share bears witness with you and is able to help you in your daily walk. And it just brings you hope and lets you know that you're not alone, that we're all on the same level, that we all need Jesus to make it. God's been speaking to my heart the last, maybe month, with everything that's going on in the world today, with just with the lawlessness and people, especially young people, coming against authority. The value, the recognition, and the appreciation of God's delegated authority. So I'm going to share some scriptures with you this morning, or some testimonies about authority, God's delegated authority. And I think a lot of people in the world, they have the wrong interpretation of authority. You do have some people that are in authority that they lord it over, but it's not supposed to be that way in the body of Christ. People that walk in authority in the body of Christ, they're the servants. They're the servants of God's people. And so let me just start off right here in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, in verse 12. It says, "Now also we beseech you, brethren, get to know those who labor among you. Recognize them for what they are. Acknowledge and appreciate and respect them all. Your leaders who are over you in the Lord, and those who warn and kindly reprove and exhort you." And see, we have a lot of, in the world right now, that people, they don't want to be warned. They don't want to be reproved. They don't like the exhortation. They basically, they just, let me just do what I want to do. And, they don't want to be told what to do. And it says right here that we have people that God have put, our fathers, our grandmothers, or whoever it is that God has placed in that place of authority, which you can say authority, responsibility. Because it's a God-given responsibility where they are supposed to be faithful stewards and servants to help me, to help you. It says love and appreciate them, respect them. There's not a lot of respect right now in the world right now for be it police or school teachers or principals. It's like there's not a lot of respect. It says, in verse 13, it says, and hold them in very high and most affectionate esteem in intelligent and sympathetic appreciation of their work, so you can be at peace among yourself. I mean, God wants us to appreciate those that God has put in our lives to help guide us and lead us and exhort us and encourage us, and realize that, they've been through the same thing. God put them in that place of responsibility, and they're going to have to answer to God. In Romans 13, it says, let every person be loyally subject to the governing civil authorities, for there is no authority except from God, by his permission, his sanction, and those that exist do so by God's appointment. That goes worldwide. God puts people in places of authority, responsibility. Authority and responsibility, they go hand in hand. The reason that people are in a place of authority is because they've taken responsibility. And God wants to use that person to be able to help others come up in a place in God where they can be responsible. It says that every person be loyal subject. It says there's no authority except by God's permission, his sanction, and those that exist do so by God's appointment. Therefore, he who resists sets himself up against the authorities, resists what God has appointed and arranged in divine order. And those who resist will bring down judgment upon themselves, receiving the penalty due them. You see that? It says those that resist, you don't have to resist. But I think what a lot of times people think is that, this person is just trying to tell me what to do. They want me to be their slave. They want me to come under subjection, and they rebel against it. The whole thing about authority or responsibility is the love of God. You can feel the love of God coming from someone. And my dad, he was the principal in Rutherford County here, and it's like he had students all the time that came from a broken home, or it only had one parent, either the mother or the father, or they were raised by their grandparents. And he looked at his job as a ministry, as an outreach, of someone that can fill that void and that balance. And he began to show the love of God to the students around and began to share with them. And what happens is when you do that, when you're walking in that place and you're walking in that place of responsibility, authority, students, people feel that, and they begin to have that trust. They begin to have that trust that they can trust you. They can tell you things, or they'll listen to you. They'll heed your warnings. He would walk by, he would say, you don't want to be doing that. And it's like, and that was what does it say up there? Kindly reprove and exhort. Kindly reprove and exhort. It's not a lording over. It's a warning. Heed the warning. I'm telling you, the path that you're walking down, it's not a good path. And a lot of times people don't want to hear that because they want to do what they want to do and they don't want to listen to anybody. Verse 3 says, for civil authorities are not a terror of people of good conduct, but to those of bad behavior. Would you have no dread of him who is in authority? Then do what is right, and you receive his approval and commendation. For, verse 4, this is Romans 13:4. For he is God's servants for your good. It's for our good. It's for my good. But if you do wrong, you should dread him and be afraid, for he does not bear and wear the sword for nothing. And this is, of course, this is in, back in the biblical, whenever Jesus was, had come to the earth, talking about a sword. He is God's servant to execute his wrath and punishment, vengeance on the wrongdoer. But you don't have to have the wrath and punishment. You don't have to be a wrongdoer. It's only those that resist and come against what God has ordained. Therefore, one must be subject not only to avoid God's wrath and escape punishment, but also as a matter of principle and for the sake of conscience. It doesn't have to be that way. I mean, God gives us many, many opportunities that we don't have to, that we can escape the punishment or the judgment. You know, it says the wages of sin is death. You repeatedly give yourself to rebellion or things that you know in your heart of hearts that are wrong. Then the authorities come in, those that take responsibility, those that have the law of the land will come in, and then you'll reap the fruit, and there will be punishment. But it doesn't have to be that way. God gives us so many opportunities before that judgment the judgment comes. In 1 Corinthians chapter 4, I talked about this. This is talking about trust. So 1 Corinthians 4 verse 1, so then let us apostles or teachers be looked upon as ministering servants of Christ and stewards, trustees of the mysteries and the secret purposes of God. Did you hear that? It says we are ministering servants. You are a ministering servant. Just think about it. I know wherever you are right now, if you're a parent, you have children under you that God wants you to set the example for. If you're a child, I know you have a sibling, someone that's under you that looks up to you. It says right there, whatever it is, if you're a older brother, or if you're a cousin, an older cousin, or if you're an uncle, if you're a mother, we all have responsibilities. We all have someone underneath us that looks up to us that God wants us to set the example for. So it says we're to be looked upon as ministering servants, stewards, trustees of the mysteries and the secret purposes of God. Moreover, it is essentially required of stewards that a man should be found faithful, proving himself worthy of trust. Let's stop right there. God wants us to prove ourselves worthy of trust. And when that happens, when we prove ourselves worthy of trust, God gives us more and more responsibility. Think about the parable of the talents. Every one of the servants, the bond servants, they had the same amount of talents. And one took it and he produced 5 more, another 10 more. Another one, they didn't do anything with that talent. And what happened? The talent that he had, it was taken from him and given to the one that took the most responsibility and was trusted. And it goes another way. And whenever you take responsibility and people start to notice that and they feel the love of God coming from you, they can trust you more. They feel like they can trust you because you're setting the example, and they'll listen and they'll heed what you're saying. Moreover, in verse 2, it is essentially required of stewards that a man should be found faithful, proving himself worthy of trust. And up above there, it talks about steward, a trustee. A steward, the definition of a steward is to manage or look after another's property. And that's what we all are. We're not our own. You're not your own. The people that you're around are not their own. They are another's property. We are the property of the Lord Jesus Christ. And God wants us to be faithful stewards of his property, which are his people. Me, you, the whole world. In Hebrews 13, verse 7, it says, remember your leaders and superiors in authority, for it was they who brought to you the word of God. Observe attentively and consider their manner of living, the outcome of their well-spent lives, and imitate their faith. Let's back up. Remember your leaders, your superiors in authority. The authority, remember, are those that have taken responsibility and God has trusted as a trustee. For they're the ones that brought you the word of God. I remember when I came here, I'm so grateful for Jane Bailey that she began to share the word of God. And as I began to sit there, it began to bear witness with me what she was sharing, and I began to get convicted of my lifestyle and the things that I was doing. she was preaching about sin, and it's like I had grown up in the church, but I had become so alienated and estranged and far away from God that when she was preaching about you don't have to sin, I had gotten so far gone. What is she talking about? Sin? What is sin? I was just living my life as a natural carnal man. So it says she was bringing forth the word of God. It says what is it? There's a song we sing. How lovely on the mountains are the feet of them who bring good news, good news. So she was bringing the good news. So I looked up to her and many others because they were bringing the word of God. And that was, I didn't even know this scripture then. It says, but you know what I also did? I began to attentively observe and consider their manner of living because they were sharing. She was preaching, different ones were sharing, and they would share, but not only would they share things that convicted me, but they were living what they were sharing. And I grew up in the church, and I began to watch pastors and teachers, and they began to preach, but they didn't practice. So it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And it's like it produced a double standard and confusion. It's like they would preach one thing, but I would attentively observe their lifestyle, and they would do the opposite as soon as they stepped out of the pulpit. And that's what you call a hypocrite. It says, and imitate their faith, their conviction that God exists and is the creator and the ruler of all things, the provider and bestower of eternal salvation through Christ, and their leaning of the entire human personality on God in absolute trust. There the word is again, trust, and confidence in his power, wisdom, and goodness. Jump to verse 17. Obey your spiritual leaders and submit to them continually, recognizing their authority over you. I want to make sure you understand, you hear authority and it's like people's minds think of Lord over. Again, it's not being a Lord, it's being that servant, someone that takes that time, that lays down their life and exhorts and encourages, takes responsibility. For they are constantly keeping watch over your souls and guarding your spiritual welfare as men who will have to render an account of their trust. There it is again, trust. Do your part to let them do this with gladness, not with sighing and groaning, for that would not be profitable to you either. Think about Moses. Whenever God, the thing about authority is, if you go through the Bible and you look at the patriarchs, the ones that God used and placed in places of responsibility, they weren't seeking authority. They were just living their life, serving God. And just Moses, what was he doing? And he saw the burning bush, and God chose him to deliver his people out of Egypt, but he wasn't seeking it. And he a lot of times the people, if you read the Bible, you got Gideon, you got Moses, they're like, well, who am I? There was a humility there that they realized that they wouldn't be able to do anything apart from him. Moses, he and the place in his heart is, he's like, no, send somebody else. I can't speak. He kept going, no, God chose you. Most of the time in the Bible, when people are placed in that place of authority, look at David. David was out tending the sheep, just out tending the sheep. He wasn't out there thinking, I want to be authority. I want to be, the leader. I want to be the king of Israel. He wasn't even thinking that. All he was thinking was taking responsibility. And what happens is a man's gift makes room for itself. You're not seeking authority. You're just taking responsibility for whatever it is that God has set before you that day. And when you do that, God recognizes it, man recognizes it, and promotions, for lack of a better word here, they come from God. God, he humbles himself, God exalts. But it's not out of any kind of pride and haughtiness. It's just out of because you love God and you want to be responsible. And what does it say there? That we'll have to render account of our trust, and we need to do it without sighing and groaning. It says in James chapter 3, verse 1, that not many of us will become teachers, self-constituted censors and reprovers of others. My brethren, for you know that we teachers, okay, that's in brackets there. We can put parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, whatever. We teachers, we people, we who are taking responsibility will be judged by a higher standard and with greater severity than other people. Thus, we assume the greater accountability and the more condemnation. There's a great accountability on this. Whenever we take responsibility and we don't, uplift and set that good example of godly, holy living, there's a greater accountability on us, because what did Jesus say in the Word of God? He says, don't cause a little one to stumble. You don't want to cause somebody to stumble by your lifestyle. I take that very serious. Trust. For someone to trust you, that means a lot. We are worthy of our trust. It means a lot. Out of that place, God can trust you. If God can't trust you, then man can't trust you. It means a whole lot. And in Ephesians chapter 4, so it says that in verse 11, and his gifts were varied. That means we all had different gifts. He himself appointed and gave men to us. God gave us gifts through men. God gave us men. And it goes on to talk about some were apostles, special messengers, some were prophets, some evangelists, preachers of the gospel, some pastors, and some teachers. Why did he do that? It says his intention was the perfecting and the full equipping of the saints, his consecrated people. Why does God give us these people of authority, responsibility? Because his intention was the perfecting and the full equipping of the saints, his consecrated people, that they should do the work of ministering toward building up Christ's body, the church. That's our responsibility. That's why God gives us authority, responsibility. They go hand in hand. They go together. It says so that we can build up his church. Verse 13, that it might develop until we all attain oneness. That's one thing that people notice about the word of faith. When we're out in the community, if we're playing basketball, softball, we have so many people come to us. What is it about y'all? Y'all just feel together. I can feel the oneness with you. It's because we love Jesus and we love each other, and we are our brother's keeper. When one's down, we pick them. That's one thing that we played a lot of softball. A lot of the other teams, they wanted to play with us because they realized that we don't do everything right. Out there, we may drop a ball go between our legs, or we should have called. We lift each other up, and they see that, and they want to be a part of that. It's called the oneness. It's because we are our brother's keeper. We are responsible, and we care, and that's what God has ordained and has set in order. It says, and we all may until we all attain oneness in the faith and the comprehension of the full and accurate knowledge of the Son of God, that we might arrive at really mature manhood, the completeness of personality, which is nothing less than the standard height of Christ's own perfection, the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ and the completeness found in him. Did you hear that up above? Mature manhood. You have grown men that still, in their actions, they act like a child. So, maturity has nothing to do with age. You got 50, 60, 70-year-old men that still it's called spiritual maturity. It's spiritual maturity. That's what God is looking for. It says, in verse 14. So why did God do this? Why did God give us these people of authority, responsibility? It says, so then we may no longer be children tossed like ships to and fro between chance gusts of teaching and wavering with every change in wind of doctrine, the prey of the cunning and cleverness of unscrupulous men, gamblers engaged in every shifting form of trickery and inventing errors to mislead. God does that, gives us that so we're not deceived. We're not, like Eve in the garden. God, she got out from under authority, which was her husband, and she was misled. You can go all through the Bible, and what happens when someone gets out from under the authority and the responsibility of God, it says they become like this in verse 14, tossed like ships. What did it say? A ship without a sail. And they can be misled and they can be deceived. And God doesn't want that. God doesn't want that for us. God wants us to be stable, steadfast. And I watch that with people that have taken, when I first came here, I began to watch that. I began to watch those different ones that they had a stability. They had that. They weren't like me. They weren't like roller coasters up and down, and that's what I wanted. I observed their lifestyle and I began to position myself where I could be around them. I could hear from them. I could learn from them. And they began to help me. And I had that respect because I observed their lifestyle. And let's look at this verse over in Matthew 7. It's talking about Jesus here. It said he was, I think it's 5 and 6 of Matthew. It's talking about the Sermon on the Mount. And when Jesus had finished these sayings, it says, the Sermon on the Mount, the crowds were astonished and overwhelmed with bewildered wonder at his teaching. Why? For he was teaching as one who had and was authority, and not as did the scribes. Did you hear that? Because, Jesus always, he had so much love in his heart, and he had the multitudes around him. And the scribes and the Pharisees, they couldn't stand it. They could not stand it. It says in John 5, it says, the reason that he had so much authority, and he was speaking someone that had authority and not like the scribes, John chapter 5, verse 39, Jesus is talking to the scribes and Pharisees. He says, you search and investigate and pore over the scriptures diligently. And that's what the scribes and Pharisees did, the religious leaders that were supposed to be in authority, because you suppose and trust that you have eternal life through them. And these very scriptures testify about me, and still you are not willing but refuse to come to me so that you might have life. I receive not glory from men. I crave no human honor. I look for no mortal fame. And see, a lot of times with people that we see that are placed in these places of authority and responsibility, they're looking for a name for themselves. I won't have time to get to it today, but if you look over in Matthew 23, it describes exactly of those the scribes and Pharisees, how they love to be greeted in the synagogue and being called rabbi. And it's like, but Jesus said, I seek no mortal fame. I'm not seeking to be famous. We shouldn't be seeking a name for ourselves. All we want to do, it says, we want Jesus to be lifted up is what we want. But in verse 41, but I know and recognize and understand that you have not the love of God in you. That's real critical. Real key is that we have the love of God, the love for God, and the love for God's people in our hearts. And God will give us that responsibility, that authority. I want to close with this scripture here. It's over in John chapter 1. John chapter 1, he talks about in the beginning, before all time, the Word was with God, and the world was with God, and the Word was God himself. It said all things were made and came into existence through him, and without him not even one thing made would come into being. In him, which is Jesus, was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines on in darkness, for the darkness has never overpowered it, put it out, or absorbed, or appropriated it, and is unreceptive to it. Verse 9, there it was, the true light, which is Jesus, was then coming into the world, the genuine, perfect, steadfast light that illumines every person. He came into the world, and though the world was made through him, the world did not recognize and did not know him. That's very sad. He came to that which belonged to him, to his own, his domain, his creation, things, the world, and they who were his own did not receive and did not welcome him. That's a sad state. It said God so loved the world that he gave his son, that we should welcome him, receive him into our hearts. But, verse 12, we got hope. But to as many as did receive and welcome him, we want to receive and welcome Jesus in our hearts. He gave the authority. Do you hear that? He gave the authority. In parentheses, it says the power, the privilege, the right to become the children of God. That is, to those who believe, adhere to, trust in, and rely on his name. It says, as many as receive him, he gave authority. When you receive Jesus, you walk with Jesus, he gives you that authority, that responsibility, not for you to be exalted and to be lifted up, to what we talk about, building up Christ's body. Who in verse 13, owe their birth neither to blood nor to the will of flesh, that of physical impulse, nor to the will of man, that of a natural father, but to God. They are born of God. And that's what God wants for us. God wants us to be born of him. God wants us to be born again, controlled by his Spirit, so we can walk in that place of responsibility and authority that God has given us. I hope that blessed you today. I just pray that, just let God speak to your heart. Go back in the scriptures and look at those different places of where God had given people that responsibility, and he gives you more and more as you begin to prove your trust. So glad to be with you this morning. I hope it blessed you. You can go to these radio programs on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We're with you from 8:30 to 9. Have a blessed day.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
BC News. I'm Brian Clark. The question for months along the southern border, what would happen when Title 42 expired? Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas told ABC's Good Morning America it has now expired.
It ended at 11:59 p.m. last night, and now we are using our immigration authorities, our traditional immigration authorities that deliver tougher consequences for people who cross the border illegally.
And cities far from the southern border are seeing more migrants arrive. That includes New York City, where ABC's Crystal Cranmore is outside the city's Port Authority bus terminal.
City officials saying they're anticipating some 1,000 migrants a day. That's almost double the number they've been seeing in recent days. Now, with an end to Title 42, New York City is racing for asylum seekers, trying to figure out where exactly to house them. The mayor is saying they're exploring all options. Nothing is off the table.
In New York City this morning, the Marine veteran seen on video placing a man in a chokehold on a subway train. That man later died, turned himself into authorities.
Did so voluntarily and with the sort of dignity and integrity that is characteristic of his history of service.
Daniel Penny's attorney Thomas Kenneth speaking. Penny's going to be charged with second-degree manslaughter in the death of Jordan Neely, who had a history of mental illness. Today's planned meeting between President Biden and congressional leaders has been postponed until next week on the debt limit. The White House says staff members have been making progress on a deal, but House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said,
the staff has met the last 2 days. We think it's productive for the staff to meet again. I have not seen from there a seriousness of the White House that they want a deal. It seems like they want a default more than they want a deal.
Republicans want spending cuts in exchange for raising the debt limit to avoid a default. The Wall Street Journal reports NBC Universal's Linda Yaccarino's in talks to become the new CEO of Twitter. You're listening to ABC News.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With all the attention on the border this week, federal prosecutors say a Border Patrol agent was running drugs and helping migrants enter the country illegally.
What Border Patrol agent Hector Hernandez didn't realize, according to prosecutors, was a person he made a deal with to get paid $5,000 for allegedly opening up a restricted border gate on Monday to allow migrants to illegally enter the U.S. was an undercover federal agent. Hernandez also allegedly this week accepted $20,000 for picking up a duffel bag full of methamphetamine at the border fence, transporting it in his Border Patrol vehicle, and later delivering it to a drop-off. Agent Hernandez is now charged with crimes that, if convicted, could put him in federal prison for decades. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A magnitude 5.5 earthquake struck Northern California on Thursday. It was centered around the Plumas County town of East Shore, about 85 miles northwest of Reno, Nevada. At the Lake Cove Resort and Marina, employee Kelly Buskowski said they don't know of any damage, but it was a good jolt. It sent trees swaying.
We were sitting outside and ran out to the open where there was no trees or anything around.
An Idaho jury is deliberating today whether Lori Vallow Daybill is guilty of murdering her children and her husband's wife. In closing arguments, prosecutors said the couple subscribed to apocalyptic beliefs and killed to steal life insurance and Social Security number money. Daybell's attorney said she was a loving mother until she met Chad Daybell. This is ABC News.
When they're investigating, we can't stop watching. This month on BritBox, sit back, relax, and enjoy watching the detectives. Discover Britain's most bingeable mysteries, including the brand new season of Grace, the hit series based on the books by best-selling author Peter James. Unwind with the detectives you could watch all night long. Stream them all now exclusively on BritBox. Endlessly intriguing. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
Brian Clark, ABC News.
When it feels like the world has stopped, good finds a way. Good is happening, even now. Good connects us, even when we can't get close. Good never stops, and neither does Children International. With support from caring friends, we help provide children and families with the critical essentials they need. Essentials like food assistance, hygiene education, medical help, and financial support. To learn more, go to children.org/help today. Together, we can help end poverty for good.
From ABC Sports, this is Rich Cantu. Suns hosting the Nuggets in Game 6 of the Western Semis, looking to even the series, but the top seed in the conference proved too much to handle, led by who else? The Joker.
He had 25 points in Game 5. Jokic scores over Biyombo.
The call on ESPN, Nikola Jokic finishing with yet another playoff triple-double, 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists. The Nuggets blow out the Suns 125-100 to take the series in 6 and advance to the Western Conference Finals. In Philadelphia, the Celtics knotted their series with the 76ers at 3 apiece. After struggling in the first 3 quarters, Jason Tatum came up clutch down the stretch.
Tatum fires for three-wing right.
Got it! The call on 98.5, the Sports Hub. Tatum had 16 points in the fourth quarter, 19 for the game. Marcus Smart had 22 in the Celts' 95-86 victory, the decisive Game 7 Sunday in Boston. This is ABC Sports. Stanley Cup playoffs, the Hurricanes punched their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals, defeating the Devils 3-2 on Jesper Fast's overtime score.
Now Kotkaniemi, top of the right circle. His shot! They score! Jesper Fast ends it! Carolina going to the conference finals!
The Call on 99.9, The Fan. Carolina, the first team to make it to the conference finals this year, taking the series in 5 games. They'll wait for the winner of the Panthers-Maple Leaf series, who face off in Game 5 tonight, with the Panthers looking to close out Toronto. The Stars held off a Kraken comeback attempt to win their pivotal Game 5 matchup. 2 goals from Rupe Hintz lifting the Stars ahead.
Thomas Harley impressive. Had a goal and a helper the other night. Walks it in. Feeds it to Hintz. He scores!
The call courtesy of KTCK. Hintz's first goal of the night. The Stars beat the Kraken 5-2, taking a 3-2 series lead. Baseball, the best in the league, Rays, started their 7-game road trip in New York against the Yankees. Top 7, Rays leading 5-zip. Josh Lowe at the dish with a runner on first.
As a swing and a high fly ball, deep to right center field. Way back, get out the tape measure, long gone. Josh Lowe have a night.
Our thanks to WDAE 620. That made it 7-0. Lowe had 5 RBI on the night. The Rays win 8-2 in the Bronx. This is Rich Cantu, ABC Sports.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherford.
Well, here's the long distance bill.
Right.
And the internet bill.
Uh-huh.
And the wireless bill.
Anything you say, honey.
You're not listening to a word I say. These bills are taking away our extra cash.
Well, Fred told me about Affinity 4.
4 times more money for us to spend, right?
No, long distance internet, wireless service, and Fred says it's inexpensive. He's paying less now than ever before. Plus, Affinity 4 has always supported family values based on causes throughout the country. In fact, a portion of each billing goes to support their mission. Fred says he's not only helping himself with lower cost, but he's helping others too.
Affinity 4 sounds good. Did Fred give you a number?
Yeah, I think I have it. Hold on.
That number is 1-800-684-4815. Save money on your bills with Affinity 4. A new standard for giving. That's 1-800-684-4815.
One of the Carolinas' leading bark mulch manufacturers is Spindell Mulch. They carry double ground pine bark mulch, color-enriched hardwood mulch, topsoil, compost, premium potting mixes, aged pine bark, and best start garden soil. Also certified playground material mulch. These mulches are high-quality Appalachian bark that is blended for best performances. They also carry river rock, stone, and gravel. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, Saturdays, 8 to 12. Call 287-3561, Spindell Mulch Company, 325 Spindell Street in Spindell. Broadcasting the best classic oldies from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road. We are 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherford.
Never could believe the things you do to me.
the same old dream. I hate to close my eyes. I can't erase the memory, the sound of Julie's cries. She called me up late that night. She said, Joe, don't come over. My dad and I just had a fight, and he stormed out the door. I've never seen him act this way. My God, he's going crazy. He says he's gonna make you pay for what we've done. He's got a gun, so run, Joey, run, Joey, run.
Daddy, please don't. It wasn't his fault. He means so much to me. Daddy, please don't. We're gonna get married. Just you wait and see.
Got in my car and I drove like mad till I reached Julie's place. She ran to me with tear-filled eyes and bruises on her face. All at once I saw him there, sneaking up behind me.
Watch out!
Then Julie yelled, he's got a gun, and she stepped in front of me. Suddenly a shot rang out and I saw Julie falling. I ran to her and I held her close. When I looked down, my hands were red, and here's the last words Julie said.
Daddy, please don't. It wasn't his fault. He means so much to me. Daddy, please don't. We're gonna get married.
Our love take my advice. If you love someone, don't think twice. Love you, baby, love. Sugar, baby, love. Love her anyway. Love her every day.
Me and Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We meet every day at the same cafe, 6:30, and no one knows she'll be there. Holding hands, making all kinds of plans, while the jukebox plays our favorite song. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We gotta be extra careful that we don't build our hopes up too high, 'cause she's got her own obligations, and so do I. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. Well, it's time for us to believe in. It hurts so much inside. Now she'll go her way and I'll go mine. Tomorrow we'll meet the same place, the same time. And Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, we got a thing going on. We gotta be extra careful. We can't afford to build our hopes up too high. I wanna meet and talk with you at the same place, the same cafe, the same time. And And we're gonna hold hands like we used to. We're gonna talk it over, talk it over. We know, they know, and you know and I know that it was wrong. But our thing is strong. We gotta let them know now that we got a thing going on, a thing going on.
Robbins Painting Carpet has become the friend of folks who do their own work around the house and friends of the professional. Robbins Painting Carpet is the home of Benjamin Moore premium quality paint. It goes on easy the first time, every time. So save yourself some time with Benjamin Moore. Robbins provides expert help and advice to make every project a success. Call on the team at Robbins Painting Carpet and Floor Covering, 245-8801. Hours are Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30. They're located at 206 Commercial Drive in Forest City.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherford.
Sitting here in this chair, waiting on you, oh baby, to see things my way. But not a word do you say, you won't even look my way. Girl, I'm spending my dimes, wasting my time, talking till I'm black and blue. Oh, can't you see? I wanna get next to you. Dreams of you and I go sailing by whenever your eyes meet mine. You're so fine, and girl, you make me feel so insecure. You're so beautiful, pure. Why must you be unkind and tell me I'm not your kind? Blowing my mind, girl, my money is low, and I know that I can't take you to the fancy places you might wanna go. Still, I wanna get next to you. I wanna get next to you. Baby, yeah. Whatever it takes to please you, I'm willing to do. 'Cause you're my dream come true, and I wanna get next to you. Baby, I wanna get next to you. I wanna make you mine for all the time. I promise I'll never make
Took my family away from my Carolina home. Had dreams about the West and started to roam. 6 long months on a dust-covered trail. They say heaven's at the end, but so far it's been hell. And there's fire on the mountain, lightning in the air, rolling them hills, and it's waiting for me there. We were digging and sifting from 5 to 5, selling everything we found just to stay alive. Gold flowed free like the whiskey in the bar. Sinning was the big thing, Lord, and sin was star. And there's fire on the mountain, lightning in the air, gold in them hills, and it's waiting for me there. All girls were the evening treat, empty cartridges and bloodlines, the gooders of the street. Men were shot down for the sake of fun, or just to hear the noise of their 44 guns. And there's fire on the mountain, lightning in the air, rolling them hills, and it's waiting for me there. Now my widow, she weeps by my grave. Tears flow free for her man, she couldn't say. Shot down in cold blood by a gun that carried fame. All for a useless and no good, wordless claim. And there's fire on the mountain, lightning in the air, rolling them hills, and it's waiting for me there. Fire on the mountain, lightning in the air, rolling them hills, and it's waiting for me there. Waiting for me there.
love is alive, and so we begin, foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, you know these reckless thoughts of mine are following you.
I'm falling for you, whatever you do, 'cause baby you've shown me so many things that I never knew. Whatever it takes, baby, I'll do it for you. Our love is alive, so we begin, foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in.
You were so young, oh, and I was so free.
I may have been young, but baby, that's not what I wanted to be.
Well, you were the one.
Oh, why was it me?
Baby, you showed me so many things that I'd never see.
Whatever you need, baby, you got it for me. Our love is alive, and so we begin, foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in.
Ah, stumbling in, stumbling in.
Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in. Oh, stumbling in. I'm stumbling in. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
Believe that love has gone. I've no strength to carry on.
hurt. Before I say another word, let me tell you I love you. Let me hold you close and say these words as gently as I can. There's been another man that I've needed and I've loved, but that doesn't mean I love you less. And he knows he can't possess me, and he knows he never will. There's just this empty place inside of me that only he can fill. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all the rules. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving you both is breaking all the rules. You mustn't think you failed me just because there's someone else. You were the first real love I ever had. And all the things I ever said, I swear they still are true. For no one else can have the part of me I gave to you. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all the rules. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving you both is breaking all the rules. I couldn't really blame you if you turned and walked away. But with everything I feel inside, I'm asking you to stay. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all the rules. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving you both is breaking all the rules. Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all
When I get home from work, wanna wrap myself around you. I wanna take you and squeeze you till the passion starts to rise. I wanna take you to heaven, that would make my day complete. But you and me ain't no movie star. What we are is what we are. We share a bed, some loving, and TV, yeah. That's enough for a working man. But what I am is what I am. And I tell you, babe, well, that's enough for me. Sometimes when you're asleep and I'm just staring at the ceiling, I wanna reach out and touch you, but you just go on dreaming. If I could take you to heaven, that would make my day country, fishing in a stream, looking for an answer, trying to find a sign, until I saw your city lights, honey, I was blind. They said, get back, honky cat, better get back to the woods. Well, I quit in those days and my redneck ways, and oh,
Get the first weather forecast at 6:05 here on 100.9 FM 590 AM WCAB Rutherfordton.
The music's on us. WCAB.
Asylum applications at the southern border.
The first face that many asylum seekers see upon arrival in Brownsville, Texas, is that of Pastor Carlos Navarro.
To me, it's not a problem. It's an opportunity for me to share my faith and my human part and tell them, hey, welcome to the United States.
Officials on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border expect burgeoning numbers of asylum seekers in the coming days. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas adding that
we have said all along that this period of transition is going to be tough.
Jim Ryan, ABC News, El Paso.
And these new policies at the border impacting areas across the country, including New York City, where officials are expecting about 1,000 new arrivals each day. ABC's Crystal Cranmore is outside the city's Port Authority bus terminal.
The city says its hands are tied and resources are strained. It's been forced to house people temporarily in gymnasiums and to weaken the city's right to shelter rules that have protected homeless families seeking shelter.
In New York City, Daniel Penny is surrendered to authorities. He'll be charged with second-degree manslaughter in the killing of Jordan Neely on a subway train. Penny was seen on video placing Neely, who had a history of mental illness, in a chokehold. ABC legal analyst Shauna Lloyd explains why prosecutors appear to have opted for a manslaughter charge instead of the murder charge demanded by Neely's family.
The difference between manslaughter and murder is that murder requires an intentional act. Manslaughter is the reckless killing of another individual with no intent.
Source familiar with the matter tells ABC News the State Department did not comply with the demand from the House Foreign Affairs Committee to turn over a classified cable warning of the collapse of the Afghan government. The chairman intends to move forward with holding Secretary of State Blinken in contempt of Congress. And the meeting over the debt between President Biden and congressional leaders postponed to next week. You're listening to ABC News.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Authorities in Bangladesh and Myanmar plan to evacuate more than 500,000 people from coastal areas in the path of Cyclone Mocha over the weekend. Mocha expected to bring 100-mile-an-hour winds and a 7-foot storm surge. Storm is threatening the world's largest refugee camp, where more than 1 million Rohingya refugees settled in Bangladesh after fleeing persecution in Myanmar. 2 fishermen are going into the tank after they were caught cheating at a tournament in Ohio.
Jacob Runyon and Chase Kaminsky have both been sentenced to 10 days in jail and hit with a $2,500 fine after pleading guilty to multiple charges for cheating during a fishing tournament last year. Kaminsky told a Cuyahoga County, Ohio court Thursday during sentencing. The two were found with weights inside their catches. As part of their plea, the two also surrendered a $100,000 fishing boat they won in previous tournaments and also had their fishing licenses revoked for 3 years, the maximum allowed by state law. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
The Wall Street Journal reports job satisfaction reached a 36-year high in 2022. Last year, 62.3% of U.S. workers said they were satisfied with their jobs. Survey polled more than 1,600 workers on 26 aspects of their jobs. The most satisfied were people who voluntarily switched jobs during the pandemic and those in hybrid, in-person, and remote work. This is ABC News.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Brian Clark, ABC News.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherford.
That's right, I'm sad and blue, 'cause I can't do the boogaloo. I'm lost, can't do my thing, and that's why I sing. Gimme that thing. Gimme that, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that thing, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that. Sing it one more time, mama. Gimme that, gimme that, gimme that thing, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that, gimme that. Well, you ain't doing that latest all.
On the road of experience and trying to find my own way. Sometimes I wish that I could fly away. When I think that I'm moving, suddenly things stand still. I'm afraid 'cause I think they always will. And I'm looking for space and to find out who I am. And I'm looking to know and understand. It's a sweet, sweet dream. Sometimes I'm almost there. Sometimes I fly like an eagle. Sometimes I'm deep in despair. All alone in the universe. Sometimes that's how it seems. I get lost in the sadness and the screams, and I look in the center. Suddenly everything's clear. I find myself in the sunshine and my dreams, and I'm looking for space and to find out who I am. And I'm looking to know and understand. It's a sweet, sweet dream. Sometimes I'm almost there. Sometimes I fly like an eagle, and sometimes I'm deep in despair. On the road of experience, joining the living day. If there's an answer, it's just that way. When you're looking for space and to find out who you are. When you're looking to try and reach the stars. It's a sweet, sweet, sweet dream. Sometimes I'm almost there. Sometimes I fly like an eagle, and sometimes I'm deep in despair. Sometimes I fly like an eagle, and like an eagle, I go flying high.
The music's on us. WCAB.
Starry nights, sunny days. I always thought that love should be that way. Then comes a time that you're ridden with doubt. You bluffed all you can, and now you're all loved out. Ooh, ooh, baby, we've been alone.
away. Careful now, don't get caught in your dreams. Look out, baby, this is not what it seems. Ooh, ooh, baby, you've been so good to me. But please don't make it what it's not. Well, I thought we agreed on what we need. So listen to me, I'll tell you what we've got. We got a wham, bam, shang-a-lang and a sha-la-la-la-la-la thing. Wham, bam, shang-a-lang and a sha-la-la-la-la-la thing. I think you're seeing what I've been saying, 'cause I hear you singing to the tune I'm playing. Now that it's said and we both understand, let's say our goodbyes before it gets out of hand. Bye, bye, baby, I'd really like to stay. But we'll remember the best time in our life. We had a wham, bam, shang-a-lang and a sha-la-la-la-la-la thing. Wham, bam, shang-a-lang and a sha-la-la-la-la-la thing. Wham, bam, shang-a-lang and a
Rendezvous, oh rendezvous, rendezvous. Rendezvous, oh rendezvous, rendezvous. Rendezvous, oh rendezvous, Mom and Dad, I think I'm bad, but that doesn't mean you got to be so sad. 'Cause I'm gonna see you anyway tonight. We'll rendezvous underneath the moonlight. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Rendezvous. I get home from school. I'm gonna get dressed so I can look real cool. I got to see you anyway tonight. We'll rendezvous underneath the moonlight. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Nobody knows where we are. We'll get in my car and park under the stars. I got to see you anyway tonight. We'll rendezvous underneath the moonlight. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Rendezvous, oh rendezvous, rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous, rendezvous. Why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Oh, rendezvous, why don't you take me on a rendezvous? Why don't you take me on a ships upon the sea aren't lovelier than you, or the games I see you play. You more lovely than the day when the sun is in your eyes. I see through your disguise all the games I see you play. You more lovely than the day when the sun is in your eyes. I see through your disguise all the games I see you play. Toast and marmalade for tea, sailing ships upon the sea aren't lovelier than you, or the games I see you play. You more lovely than the day when the sun is in your eyes. I see through your disguise all the games I see you play. Toast and marmalade for tea, sailing ships upon the sea aren't lovelier than you, all the games I see you play. You more lovely than the day
Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services in Rutherfordton has been a family business since 1953, offering care, dignity, honor, and unique opportunities for families to create a healing moment after a loss. John McMahon and his fine staff bring experience coupled with perspective to help in paying tribute in a traditional or unique way. Call 287-4715 or visit online today at www.mattmahansfuneralhome.com. There, you can view current obituary information or pre-plan for yourself or loved ones. Matt Mahan's Funeral Home offers healing to the community through burial and cremation services, grief support, whether it's a funeral or a memorial service. Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services knows the importance of ceremony and will guide you in honoring the life and memories of your loved one. Call Matt Mahan's Funeral Home and Cremation Services today at 287-4715 or visit them at 249 South Main Street in Rutherfordton.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherfordton.
Why do I keep my mind on you all the time? And I don't even know why do I feel this way? Thinking about you every day, and I don't even know. Take me in your arms, thrill me with all of your charm, and I'll take to the sky on a natural high, loving you more till the day I die. Take to the sky on a natural high, loving you more. If you have anything to do, call me and I will do it for you. And I don't even know you. Hey, Jeannie, if I only had one wish to give, that wish would be for you to be forever and ever. When I see you on the street, my heart skips a beat, and I take to the sky. I just take to the sky, loving you more till the day I die. Take to the sky on a natural high, loving you more.
to Spain, but I kinda like the music. See, the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it, never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Well, I've never been to England, but I kinda like the Beatles. Well, I hit it for Las Vegas, only made it out to Needles. Can you feel it? Must be real, it feels so good, oh, feels so good. Well, I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. Oh, they tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona. What does it matter? What does it matter? Well, I've never been to Spain, but I kinda like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it, never gonna lose it. I can't refuse it. Well, I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma. Oh, they tell me I was born there, but I really don't remember. In Oklahoma, not Arizona. What does it matter? What does it matter?
With a little luck, we can help it out. We can make this whole damn thing work out. With a little love, we can lay it down. Can't you feel a town exploding? There is no end to what we can do together. There is no end. The willow turns his back on in clever weather, and if he can do it, we can do it. Just me and you and a little love. We can clear it up. We can bring it
100.9 FM and 590 AM. The best of both worlds. This is WCAB Rutherfordton.
Sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Been another blue day without you, girl. Been another sad summer song. I've been thinking about you, girl, all night long. Been another sad tear on my pillow. Been another memory to tell me you're the one, girl. I've been thinking about you, girl, all night long. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Been another long night and I've missed you, girl. Been another story from those endless magazines. Can't help thinking about you, girl, all night long. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Was so happy when I found you, but how was I to know that you would leave me walking down that road? Been another hurt love story. Been another man who thought that he was oh so strong. I've been thinking about you, girl, all night long. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Sad, sweet dreamer, it's just one of those things you put down to experience. Sad,
Just rock me, baby. Ooh, in my rocking chair, baby. Ooh, all night long till the morning comes. Just a groove, baby. Ooh, just a rock, rock me, baby. In the midnight hour, yeah, in my rocking chair, all night long. Come on, baby, sexy baby. Ooh, let me be your rocking chair. Just rock me right here. Come on, baby, sexy honey. Ooh, let me be your rocking chair. Just rock me right here.
Hey, say, wait a minute. Where you going with that suitcase? Hey, wait a minute. Listen. All right, well, you don't have to answer. Just listen. I don't mind when you say that you're going away. I just don't want to be lonely. And I don't care if we share only moments a day. I just don't want to be lonely. I'd rather be loved and needed, depended on to give a love I can't give when you're gone. When you're gone, I just don't want to be lonely. I'd rather be loved. I'd rather have your sweet love, sugar. I don't mind if the tide sets the sun to the moon. I just don't wanna be lonely. Let the stare find you there, way down at the end of the room. I just don't wanna be lonely. I'd rather be loved and needed, depended on to give a love I can't give when you're gone. When you're gone, I don't wanna be lonely. I just wanna be loved, sugar. Come on. I just wanna be loved, yeah, 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 baby. Ooh, Lord, have mercy. I'd rather be loved and needed, depended on to give a love I can't give when you're gone. When you're gone, I don't wanna be lonely. I wanna be loved, baby. Yeah, come on. Give me that sweet love, sugar. I wanna be loved, baby. Give me that love, sugar. Give me that sweet, sweet, sweet love, sugar. Give me that love, baby. I don't wanna be lonely, baby. No, 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 no. Give me that love, sugar. Come on. I don't wanna be loved, no, no.
I run a comb through my hair and step out in the street. And the city's the color of flame in the midsummer heat. Oh yeah. Jennifer
and we're moving in time. And the heat from your touch makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. Oh yeah. And then they fade back in the arms again. We close our eyes, we start remembering where we start to kiss. And now the feeling's intense, and we just pray that this night never ends. Oh, that sweet sound, hold me close, never let me go. Keep this feeling alive, make me lose control. Baby, when I look in your eyes, I go crazy. Fever's high with the lights down low. So take me over the edge, make me lose control. Baby, turn the radio up for that sweet sound. Hold me close, never let me go. Keep this feeling alive, make me lose control. When I look in your eyes, I go crazy. Fever's high with the lights down low. So take me over the edge, make me lose control. Baby, turn that radio up for that sweet sound. Hold me close, never let me go. Keep this feeling alive, make me
WCAB, Rutherfordton. And is now adjusting to the change in immigration policy. It tells ABC's Good Morning America.
We have built lawful, safe, and orderly pathways for them to come to the United States. They are going to meet tough consequences if they arrive at our border irregularly.
The Biden administration now dealing with the political implications of the end of Title 42.
Title 42 was a health policy based on preventing the spread of COVID-19. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommended ending it, but the polling and news site 538 says the majority of Americans wanted to keep it in place. The president's opponents, like Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, see an opening.
This is a decision that was made by President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and congressional Democrats to open up the border.
538 suggests that the issue of immigration could cripple incumbent Biden in the 2024 election. Jim Ryan, ABC News, El Paso.
The looming threat facing the U.S., a default, which economists say would be catastrophic. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office now says there's a significant risk the U.S. will default on its debt at some point in the first 2 weeks of June unless a deal is reached to raise the debt limit. Talks scheduled for today between President Biden and congressional Republicans have been postponed to next week. The White House says that's a sign of progress in talks among staff. In New York City,
Daniel, what do you have to say about the charges?
Reporters shouting questions to Daniel Penny, the former Marine facing a charge of second-degree manslaughter in the death of Jordan Neely. Penny was seen on video putting Neely, who had a history of mental health issues, in a chokehold. And NBC Universal says ad executive Linda Yaccarino's left the company. The Wall Street Journal reported Thursday she's in talks to become the CEO of Twitter. You're listening to ABC News.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
President Biden wants to bring big tech industries to rural America, says ABC's Andy Field.
The Commerce Department will use money from last year's CHIPS and Science law to help companies across the South and Midwest that are typically not tech company centers, far from areas where most computers and web-based companies are today. The Biden administration will identify 20 new tech hubs by the end of the summer for companies that apply for grants, covering everything from artificial intelligence to biotechnology. The goal is to expand the future of tech to the entire nation.
Warring factions in Sudan have struck a deal to allow safe passage for civilians who are fleeing the country and to protect humanitarian operations. The United Nations envoy who brokered the deal says it's a first step towards a ceasefire in the 4-week-old fighting between rival military factions. The military and the paramilitary Rapid Support Force also agreed to refrain from attacks that endanger civilians. In Italy,
Non possiamo accettare passivamente che tanti giovani fatichino.
Pope Francis meeting with conservative Premier Giorgia Meloni at the Vatican. The two are urging Italians to have more children after Italy's birth rate fell to a new low last year. The Pope denounced the financial uncertainty facing young couples and urged political action to reverse Italy's shrinking population. He says it threatens the country's economy. Last year, Italy recorded about 9 deaths for every 5 births. This is ABC News.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. It's the collectors. It's those credit cards you ran up trying to start your business. Now you found out that a DBA hurts the family and brings the pain home.
For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped customers get millions in credit. By using corporate credit, you can finance a business, buy real estate and stock under a corporation. Take advantage of numerous tax write-offs only available to a corporation. Call Ray's webinar at 800-486-9020 and get your credit score up to 750 and receive a $1,000 cash credit card within days. 800-486-9020.
Brian Clark, ABC News.
This is Kevin Pleasant here in the Blue Room taking a look at your weather forecast. You can expect today to be partly cloudy with a high near 83. Overnight mostly clear and lows around 59. For Saturday, partly cloudy with some isolated storms and a high near 87. Overnight partly cloudy with isolated storms, lows around 62. Then for Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated storms, high around 89. And overnight partly cloudy, low around 65. This has been your weather forecast on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB. Rutherfordton.
I keep holding on. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. And soon my tears, they will be falling like rain. It always seems to be a Monday, leftover memories of Sunday, always spent with you before the clouds appeared and took away my sunshine. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. And I'll be dreaming of you, baby, in vain. Your face is always on my mind, girl. I'm hoping soon you're gonna find, girl, your way back to me. 'Cause if you say you stay, the rainy days will go away. Misty morning eyes, I'm trying to disguise the way I feel, but I just can't hide it. People seem to know the loneliness must show. I'm thinking of my pride, but breaking up inside, girl. Oh, 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 here comes that rainy day feeling again. And soon my tears, they will be falling like rain. It always seems to be a Monday, leftover memories of Sunday, always spent with you before the clouds appeared, took away my sunshine. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. Here comes that rainy day feeling again.
Walking in rhythm, moving in sound, humming to the music, trying to move on. I'm walking in rhythm, singing my song, thinking about my baby, trying to get home. Walking in rhythm, moving in sound, humming to the music, trying to move on. It's been so long since I've seen her. I'm tired and so all alone. I've traveled so very far. I've got to get back home. Got to get back
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. A regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He says, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 li li da, la la li li da, da da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. Now John at the bar is a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free, and he's quick with a joke or to light up your smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as a smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da, da da. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with David, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the waitress is practicing politics as the businessmen slowly get stoned. Yes, they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling all right. It's a pretty good crowd for a Saturday, and the manager gives me a smile, 'cause he knows that it's me they've been coming to see, to forget about life for a while. And the piano, it sounds like a carnival, and the microphone smells like a beer, and they sit at the bar and put bread in my jar and say, man, what are you doing here? Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da, da da.
Superstar Music's on us. WCAB.
There's nowhere in the world that I would rather be than with you, my love.
And there's nothing in the world that I would rather see than your smile, my love.
For united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. For united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I.
And if the world around you falls apart, my love, then I'll still be here.
And if the going gets too hard along the way, just you call out here.
For united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. For united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. For united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be
A long distance directory assistance, area code 212. Say, hey, AMR, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues. He said hello and put me on hold. To say the least, the cat was cold. He said, don't call us, child, we'll call you. I said, you got my number? He said, yeah, I got when you walked in the door. Don't call us. Don't call us. I got your name from a friend of a friend. He said he used to work with you. You remember the all-night creature from Stereo 92? Yeah, I said, could you relate to our quarter track tape? You know the band performs in the nude. He said, don't call us, child, we'll call you. Woo. Listen, kid, you pay for the call. You ain't bad, but we heard it all before. Yeah, it sounds like John, Paul, and George.
fancy joints and all the glitter we can use, mama. So don't call us, now we'll call you. Woo. You may hear this one too before I said, you know, it said, listen kid, you pay for the car. Yeah, well you ain't bad, but I heard it all before. Don't call us. Don't call us.